Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Friday, April the 8th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can see my screen and hear me. Well, this is a bit of a, I don't know, looking at my pre-market actives up and down, and usually, I've got this color coded so that the ones that are up 10% are, I see this in sort of a light green. Usually this is full this morning. And also the ones that are down 10%, usually a lot more than, well, I don't even have one. So pretty light day in terms of the movers. I'm not saying, of course, there are movers. Don't get me wrong, there are movers, but it's sort of a light day. Anyway, let's take a look now. EDU, yeah, we have our provider has not considered the fact. Wait a minute, EDU, that it's a reverse split. It's a 1 for 10 reverse split, so this stock is not up 852%. Okay. So just so you know that, I've already contacted the powers that be at Trade Ideas to get that fixed. SST, no news, just continuation from a few days ago when it became SST from this, a few months ago, I guess, when it came SST from that SPAC, just continuation. If you're looking for news, you won't find any. Again, this is the magnet that traders are looking at, $37, which happened 3 days ago, SST. I talked about the magnet yesterday with the SBFM. Yeah, SBFM after hours just absolutely exploded. There was that's the 330 candle. There's the last candle, and look at this, what it got up to, 1252. Of course, it's an all-time high. I actually took this out. You would have seen this here. If you recall yesterday, I said, let's just take this one on a pullback to $8. And that's what happened. It took the order at $8. And then man, it took a while, but then it exploded. Hood's weird. Hood, yeah, real mentioned Hood. I've got it down here too. So Goldman has downgraded it to $13. Okay. So I guess what this means is that maybe they probably had a higher price target on it, and now they're downgrading. I mean, it's obviously at $11 now, so a downgrade to 13. I'm not even sure what that's going to mean. This is what I'm saying right here. Stock from neutral to sell and announce a $13 price target. Well, you're down below 13 now. So anyway, that is the Robin Hood. MDVL had a nice gap or pop after hours yesterday, and it's kind of holding. Another one, it had a great look at this move, 138 all the way up to 241. I mean, that's a huge percentage move. MDVL. I'm not. Let's see. So, I mean, this got it. Okay, this got it started yesterday. I guess the news about some Ali Bridge Group holding 21 million shares at an average price of $1 a share. So I guess that's what got it rolling. That news was yesterday. Now, BWV, the one that had the utter collapse yesterday, BWV, a bit of a bounce now, 24%, lots and lots of volume, BWV. Sibanye, SBSW, is it still holding? Yeah, it's a gold play. City initiate. This was 2 days ago, though. 2 days ago. I don't see any specific news on it today, but anyway, SB. It's a huge float. I mean, 664 million in the float, but this tends to move, even though that float is so high. And BFR Ater, yeah, Ater. I think I read that this is the number one stock on Reddit today in terms of short squeezes. 16% short float. So that is I guess that's the reason why. Just going to show you the headline that I see, the top Wall Street bets. Actually, when I first saw that, it said Ader was the top one. Yeah, I would share your email in here, okay? I mean, if you, it's up to you. I mean, I can try to delete it as quickly as possible, but just share, yeah, share the scan if you want. BFRI, one of the very, very few earnings plays. Remember this, guys. Look at this. Earnings plays up, earnings plays down. There's only one, all right? 2 weeks from now, this will be full. Even in the pre-market, this will be full. Anyway, BFRA is an earnings play. It is gapped up 22%, lots of volume. And one last one. It looks like this is an earnings play. We don't have it listed as earnings. We have it later on. Maybe they released early. We have it April 13th. It appears that they released earnings today. This is CEAC. Yes, my earnings scan. Yes, it's one of the scans I'm sharing. Yes, I was asked, is that a scan that I'm sharing? Yes. All right, Bluetooth. Why do you keep doing this? So as I say, guys, not a lot of activity in this in the pre-market actives up and down. There's only one on the gap down. PLX, I saw that was up. I think it came right back down. Yeah, PLX was right up to 170. It came right back down to 146. And the BBAI, think I put an alert here. I put an alert right here for BBAI. That's the high of yesterday. That would be about 1273. Active stock, of course. I think this was one of the Reddit ones from a couple of days ago. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for 9:10 so I can start looking at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. And I'm just looking to see, this is a more expensive one. Excuse me, WD-40. WD-40. Look at this guy. Earnings play, more expensive. Some of you might look at this, up $20, 11%. Man. And that symbol is WDFC. Big gap after hours yesterday on earnings. And you see my distaste for these cannabis plays? Look at Tilray. Well, the excitement a few days ago of their earnings. Yeah, yeah, and now look, just nothing. All right, ISPO just showed up in my gap down. Just showed up here, my gap down, ISPO. Again, this was another high flyer a few days ago, all the way up to $100. It is starting to give it up. This is actually shortable for me. 94,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. HPQ downgraded? I don't know. Of course, that was the one that Buffett has got that big stake in. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, HPQ downgraded. All right, let me see if that showed up on briefing.com. Also, it's now 9:11, so it should be in my email now. All right, so here are some of the upgrades and some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, there are some of the upgrades. Get the downgrades in now. Wow, there are a ton of downgrades, guys, compared to the upgrades. All right, let me get a few of them in. A lot of downgrades this morning. What I'm looking for are some multiple downgrades. In other words, the same stock downgraded and multiple brokers. I don't see any right yet, but it's got a long list here. It's about the longest list I've seen in a long time. Two more to go. Yeah, there's the HPQ. I see the HPQ downgrade now from UBS. All right, there is a huge list of downgrades from briefing.com this morning. Certainly not an. No, I even missed a couple. ARCV and AA was right at the bottom of my screen. AVDX was downgraded by Goldman. Let's take a look at AVDX, see if anything is happening. AVDX. All right, so yeah, okay, so a couple things. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room, Del Boca Vista. So here's an alert window, okay? And now a couple of things. If you've got a relative volume filter active in the pre-market, which you see I don't have here, then you will get no data whatsoever, be it a topless window or an alert window. But also I've got pre-market highs. Okay, that's one of the alerts. I can have pre-market highs, pre-market lows, of course, for the other one. So that's how you can get it active. Okay. So that's in an alert window. In a topless window, you have to select pre and post market. Okay. Wow, did SBFM announce the financing? See if they announce the financing. And there we go, company announces, there it is. There it is, announces an offering, 7.2 million shares. Don't have the financing price, but there it is, guys. You know, we were waiting for that. Figured it would happen. I don't have a price. I don't see a price. And that's why we were saying yesterday, I mean, you know, try to hold this one overnight. I mean, obviously it would have worked great as long as you woke up early enough and got out of it around here. But, you know, you always have to be wary of a financing for these small bios. Meanwhile, I'm hearing BCRX is just, you look at this. Look at BCRX, guys. Pauses enrollment in their clinical trial. BCRX pauses. Wow, look at this. Just getting crushed. BCRX. Just getting crushed here. And that news just hit at 9:15. Okay. Pauses enrollment in their clinical trials. Company investigators elevated or whatever. So, wow. Hopefully nobody was in this one. I really hope nobody was in this one. Surprised this has not been halted. Yeah, stocks do get halted in the pre-market. Actually, I'm not 100% sure that stocks get halted in the pre-market for volatility. They get halted for news. I'm not 100% sure that they get halted for volatility. William or somebody else will know. I can't recall the last, because I mean, this obviously, if this had happened during the day, you know, when the market was open, I'm pretty sure this would have been halted. Yeah, I haven't either. I've not seen a volatility halt in the pre-market, just a news halt. I guess they don't care if people lose money in the pre-market. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. I shouldn't say it like that. I mean, I don't know why. I mean, what's the pre-market? What's the market anymore? I mean, anyway, it is what it is. Okay, guys, let me take a look at the sectors. What time is it now? 9:19. Let me take a look at the sectors, see what's happening. Now, we were in for a modest pop, modest, very modest, but now SPY's gone a little bit negative. So let's take a look at the major sectors. From our toolbar, I'll click on new and then docked channel bar and click on the sector status. And as always, focus on energy, usually 100% up or 100% down. I haven't checked oil prices today. So not quite 100%. So what you're seeing right here, again, major sectors, XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. 90% of them are up from yesterday's close. That's what that 90% refers to. Financial 75%. I mean, again, we look at this half an hour from now and it could be a completely different picture. Oh yeah, virtually every broker. I don't know of any broker that doesn't, but you're right. Every broker, you've got to go limit order on a in pre-market. But that's still, I mean, I don't understand. Volatility is volatility. Anyway, I don't make the rules. All right, guys, this one is just popping in here. Okay, Lyra, 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 9 million in the float. Not very much volume yet, but it is up 33%. They raised $100 million by a private placement. Okay, so they raised $100 million. That's a lot of money for obviously a little company like this. LYRA. Okay, not very much volume yet. And it's a low float, yeah, 9 million in the float. So this, let's take a look left on this daily chart. The next high looking left looks like it's around, well, it's above that high right now. Well, 558, so it's at 560 right now. And looking left on the weekly chart, the next high looks like around 589 or so. Gonna get that PCRX because at some point, it will bounce more than likely. How much we don't know, and when we don't know. But in fact, I mean, it's already bounced over a dollar, about $1.50. Look at Sabanya, guys. I mean, it's it may not be a big mover once the market opens, but it's can be kind of a steady one. SBSW. It's a huge float. I don't see any specific reason for it other than on the sixth Citigroup initiated coverage, but I don't see any news other than that. 1755 is the next high looking left for Sabanya, SBSW. KLDO. News halt coming. Okay. Well, it is halted. No volume. Three shares that would not show up. Uh, ICVX, probably no volume. Yeah, just 2,000 shares, but Yeah, I mean, it had an interesting day yesterday. It almost held the highs. Let's see, the high was 890 and it closed at 874. So that was really close to holding the highs. This is one that I was talking about. As for those of you who might like to swing, but again, it's a bio. It is a bio, so you've always got to be wary of that. But it's still got that big gap to fill. I should say it like this. It has a potential gap to fill. It doesn't mean it's, gaps don't obviously have to get filled at all, but it has the potential. So when you say short sale restricted, you mean because it's down 10%? Yeah, I mean, there are a ton of shares for BCRX available, Interactive Brokers, 1.8 million right now. But yeah, because it's down 10%, over 10%, it's very possible that if you try to short it, you will not get the type of fill you're looking for. But this is a big bounce. I mean, that is a heck of a bounce. What, 250 now? I don't know, $2 now from 1204 to 14. All right, guys, give me one moment. Yeah, I saw this LXP. This is some kind of a REIT, right? Yeah, I saw this LXP in the pre-market. It did take out that 200-day. I know Real Points posted some news about it. LXP, and after the company announced it as determined to suspend. Okay. Oh, I see. They were looking maybe to put themselves up for sale. Now they're not going to, or they're suspending that. So we don't know what's going to happen today, but yesterday, actually in both of these, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown, produced some awesome winners yesterday. So you can definitely keep an eye on these two windows right here, the 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. No guarantee same thing's going to happen today, of course, but yesterday it was, look at that, the Vapo, wow, Vapo and Rad early, RAD early. But look at Vapo. I mean, look at the move in Vapo. I mean, look at that move, guys. Oh, like from $10 all the way down to 780. All right, we are going to open in less than a minute. So let's have a great end to this trading week, everybody. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Fully aware that I'll miss something that just keeps ripping right at the open. Yeah, I need a much more dependable individual, William. You're not dependable anymore. I'm hearing TOST. Something's happening with TOST. TOST is becoming toast. All right, everybody, we are now open. All right, well, there is the BCRX. I mean, it did show up in the In the 10-day daily breakdown, it did show up. It's early. It is early, but so I'd be watching for a 13 break again, guys. I mean, the alert happened at 13:56. I'd be watching it very closely for this one again. This is what I'm talking about, okay? There's the BCRX. It happened right on the open, 13:56. But again, I don't really like to take them that early. Let's see if it, but obviously bad news for it. The ideal situation would have not have had this big bounce, but let's see. Really watching it, guys. I'm really, really watching this one, obviously. It's the type that, is because of the news. So I'm just going to stick an alert down here at 1297, see if it takes out 13 again. And that is the BCRX. Wow, there's a Sabani. I mean, this can just kind of move, even though it's got such a huge float. But this can just kind of move. SBSW. Seen this one many times. Oh, keep an eye on that BCRX, guys. What was the low? Got to check the low out. BCRX. I think it was way down here at 11. 11.9, so about 12. All right, let's see. Meanwhile, the LXP guys, the LXPs, there's the other one that just showed up at 1360 on the short, 930, a time of 934. LXP, let's take a look left, 1266. Monthly chart, looks like there's some support there. Okay. Okay, go. BCRX guys, I mean that 13 break. Again, I cannot tell you to take trades, but you heard what I was really waiting on. And there it goes. Okay, only because it had that little pop-up in the pre-market. I've covered some at 1250. And that's the BCRX. Just because of this stupid, if I hadn't had this big topping or recovery here, I just don't want that to happen again. So LXP. Shoot. I wanted to get it, but too wrapped up in the BCRX. Unfortunately, the LXRP, or sorry, the LXP. Look at this, guys. Production right there. BCRX 1356 and 1360. These are all shorts. Again, I am sharing that scan. Okay, the LXP certainly was a better one in terms of volatility or lack of. Okay, guys, I'm obviously having to pay a lot of attention to the BCRX. I'm just looking for another, like an utter collapse in it. I mean, it got down to 11 in the pre-market, but the LXP was awesome. If you took it from 1360, even, well, didn't have to get it right at 1360, but lots of, there are a ton of shares also at Interactive Brokers. Shoot, 8 million shares at Interactive Brokers to short LXP. All right, let me take a look at the ones that are breaking up. LYRA 591, 591. That's on the alert here. The 10-day daily breakout is 591 for the LYRA. Again, I tend to look at the shorts a lot more closely, but let's take a look at the monthly chart. 589. The next high is 790. So on the monthly chart certainly has room. Let's take a look at the weekly chart. 589. There's that 589 right there, and then the next high is 598. So it may struggle. It may struggle to get through 6. If it can get through 6, then you're looking at 724. If it can get through 6, potentials. All right, guys, there it goes. Okay, BCRX, thank goodness. A little bit of patience here. And let's see how much further this can go down. Can that be a bit of a magnet? That 12 right down there. That's the low in the pre-market for BCRX. Wow, LXP, I sugar. Yeah, look at the wow. I just said wow. Look at wow. Real was talking about wow. Whoops, not W. And all of a sudden, this turned from a very sleepy morning for me to hugely exciting. WOW, so they're looking for strategic alternatives or something to perhaps put themselves up for sale. That was the news that hit yesterday, right at the basically at the close. Well, guys, all you needed were these two to short. And those, if you won't short, can't help you. All right, here's one that's getting a lot of volume right now, guys. PSFE, PSFE. A lot of volume is coming in. Didn't see this in the pre-market, really. PSFE, big volume coming in. It's a big float though, 339 million in the float. When you look left on the daily chart, we see 352. So very close to all this, unfortunately, in my opinion. It just may not have a lot of room. Okay, guys, I've covered more. I don't have very much of the BCRX left. It touched that low, that pre-market low, and then it kind of bounced off it. You know, you can see exactly what happened. It got down to 1204. Sorry, it got down to 1203. The pre-market low was 1204. It was right there, and so the minute it didn't take out that 12, you know, I got I have a phobia. It's a phobia, whatever you want to call it, about stocks breaking whole numbers. And so the minute that stopped, I said, okay, let's watch it. So I've covered most of my BCRX. Now, if it somehow takes this out down here later on, I may re-enter it. And that's about 1194 or so. But look at the monthly chart. Monthly chart, the low is 1156. So 1156 is the next low looking left. All right, what's next? All right, so I did see that the BWV got halted and it's resumed. Now these will bounce. I mean, at some point, of course, you know, you'll be able to get a bounce on the LXP, and it's a matter of where BCRX. I mean, it's not that they're going to keep going down all day, but the question is where. So let's take a look at SBFM, and did they announce the actual financing price? Yeah, I don't see a I don't see a I don't see a price. Not a bad range, 4 cents to 987, 52-week range. Look at that. Okay, so they haven't, I don't see the price, 7 million shares though. All right, well, let's see now. I mean, I don't have very much of this left. You know, the BCRX, but BCRX, I don't have very much of it left. It just made a new low though. Let's see if it can crash through 12. And the only reason I'm jumping on it is because of what happened in the pre-market. You know, it went from 11 something, just underneath 12, and got all the way up to 1375. So that's the only real reason I'm jumping on it. Is it 720? Thank you, Legal. I didn't see the financing price. I saw the number of shares. I didn't see the financing price. You're sure that's the financing price? It's 7.2 million shares offered. Okay, you sure? You're saying 720? I don't see the price here, but I just see the number of shares they're offering. And Legal, I haven't forgot about you. Chloe has yet to make her appearance this morning, so don't worry. All right, yeah. So the SEAC, let's see now, 39 million in the float. We do have it now. Oh, that was adjusted. Okay, that was adjusted. Good, good. Our data provider made the adjustment because I think it said April 14th before. So anyway, yeah, this is an earnings play. My problem with it, my big problem with it, I don't see that it has a lot of room. When you look left, and when you hear me say that, I mean, all I'm doing is I'm just looking left. Where's the next high? So, you know, it's in that $1.50 range. We're at $1.30 now. It's not enough for me. I need something if it's at $1.30 now, I need something that's, you know, maybe until you hit $1.70 as the next high. That's for me. Now, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, SBFM. So it's showing up here, but it's not shortable for me. Has not been. Well, it is an offering, Blue. It is. I just don't know the price. It's 7.2 million shares. Hmm. They may have got mixed up there, Legal, because it's 7.2 million shares. That's not the, I mean, listen, it'd be a remarkable coincidence if they're releasing 7.2 million shares at $7.20. So they made it just misread it. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. All right, this one, this LILM had a down day yesterday. You're recovering right now, straight up, straight up. LILM. Of course, this is Evo play. Just give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, I'm just kind of scanning some of my top lists to see if there's anything interesting happening. Let's say KGC, another gold play. Just watching the BCRX to see if I can have that utter collapse of 12. LXP is continuing down. Whoa. Give me a moment here. You know, guys, I've had trade ideas since 2010. And it just dawned on me because sometimes you know how you hear a sound alert and even though you're kind of, you shouldn't have so many alert windows and so many different windows open, but sometimes you just forget which window to look at. So I just added the sound alert in here. There's I know that's wow. Okay, that's my sound alert. So now when I hear wow, I know I don't have to. Again, I shouldn't have so many open that I shouldn't. I should be able to find it very quickly. But every now and then I just forget. So now I'm just going to put it in the. And obviously, if I change the sound alert, I'll change that. If that makes sense. Look at SST, boy. Ah, man. SST. Again, here's your magnet right there. Look at that, 37.45. That's what traders are looking at. Could it happen? Wow, what a collapse of that SBFM. And it's halted. Yeah, it's halted on the way down now. I need more than a test, TRD. I need that break, BCRX. Need that break. Well, thank you. I asked for it. And again, now it's below the low of the pre-market now, BCRX. It's just below it. So the next area is 1156 on the monthly chart. There's your next low on the monthly chart. And on the weekly chart, the next low is, yeah, it's the same low. So 1156. You know what? I actually deleted GME. I had that thing thumbnailed for a long time. Of course, what is it doing? Whoa, wow. No, well, okay. We have the 200-day moving average at 162 for GME. Not, I mean, that's a big difference. If you're saying, are you talking about the daily? Because we have it at 162 on the daily. Certainly, and that's a $20 difference. So what's the difference between a test and a break? Not sure I understand the question. You mean something that's testing the 200-day and then a break of it? Is that what you mean? I'm not sure I understand your question. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I'm not sure. I don't really understand your question. I mean, you'll hear us talk, it's testing, say, the 200-day moving average or testing a certain price alert or area, and then it breaks it. But I'm not sure. Is that your question, really? Okay, I cannot wait to see if we get another one of the 10-day daily breakdowns. Well, yeah, but I mean, it's somewhat obvious, no? I mean, you have a test of a level, and then if it breaks it, I mean, a moment here. I'm just going to check something. All right, guys, if you stuck with the BCRX, I mean, I don't have as much as I had, obviously. I shouldn't say obviously, but just give me a moment, guys. I'm just searching another site for some information. Okay, so that 11 VCRX, that 11, what did I say? 1159? 1159. 1156 is the next low looking left on both the weekly and the monthly chart for BCRX. So that would be the next level. If it can take that out, my goodness. I mean, then we went down to 1072. It's crazy. As I said, I was not looking forward to this market today because I had so few in the gappers up and down. Not a lot of not a lot of action, but boy, the two that showed up in that 10-day daily breakdown. Yeah, I didn't like this LYRA. A couple of reasons. I mean, there's a 200-day, but the six I thought might be tougher to get through LYRA. Hopefully you're out of it now, Zach. Um, Shoot, this was shortable too. Look how it touched that 200-day moving average. 616. What did it get to? 610. All right, now MDVL is coming from the 10-day daily breakout, okay? Pre-market high was 242 or so. It got up to that level. Now, the big deal here, let's take a look at the daily. You can't see anything on the daily chart that's going to stop it, but let's back this out on the weekly chart and 233, so it's above that level. So the next level is 275 on the weekly chart. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but at least it has some room on the weekly chart. Relatively low float, 25 million in the float. So, there's mini analysis of it. And it's a 10-day daily breakout. Had some news yesterday, and then follow up on that news today. Well, okay, and what's AMC doing? What's AMC doing? I mean, remember, HYMC is tied to AMC now. So, this is just I mean, it's a gold play, yes, but I mean, the only reason HYMC went up is because AMC said, hey, our movie business isn't great, so let's invest in a gold mine. I mean, seriously. So that's the reason. Give me a moment, guys. I'm just making some adjustments to some of my scans. All right, DISCA, D-I-C-A is starting to move up here. Again, though, look left, 2404. So to me, that's just going to could easily stall at 24. Man, do we dare look at this one? MOXC, guys, MOXC, MOXC, volume coming in. A lot of volume is coming into MOXC. And it's above yesterday's high. The high 2 days ago was almost 3, and it's a low float, fairly low float, 28 million in the float. So there is a move for MOXC. Well, okay, see, I'm a little too conservative, but I mean, look at this MDVL. I mean, it just raced right through the levels I thought it might stall at. It doesn't care. So now the next level is 275. Actually, I think I mentioned that. So 275 was the next level. I think, yeah, it actually had got over 233. So 275. Should have been a little more aggressive in this one because, yeah, it had about 40 cents on a $2 stock. That is plenty. I just wasn't aggressive enough. Guys, I'm all out of the BCRX, okay? All out of everything now. I have holding nothing. The minute it started creeping up towards 12 again, that was it for me. I mean, what did it get down to? I mean, I got down to that 1166 and I said 1158 could be the problem. And 1156, and it got down to 1166. So within a dime of that low, and then that's where it stalled. Yeah, who cares? Caldos, are they're delisting? Okay. All right, guys, look, look, I shouldn't say it like that, but BFRA, this is an earnings play, okay? And this is in the 10-day daily breakout. I don't often take the breakouts, but I mean, look how this looks really interesting. BFRI, the alert happened at 517. That was the price. It got as high as 560 in the pre-market. More importantly, if we look left, 658 is the next high looking left on that weekly chart. So this has definitely got some room, okay? This is one I may. All right, let's see what happens from here because it's got the room and that might be a bit of a magnet, that pre-market high. So this is what I did, guys. I mean, nothing magical, but I call these now, you know, you can put the name, of course, of the scan summary. So if you're, a little bit like me sometimes, you just have to put the sound alert in the name of the scan. All right, guys, I'm just checking some of my thumbnail charts, see if there's anything interesting happening. Okay, here is the lift now for ATER. I mean, what did it get down to? It got down to 430. Volume coming in. This is a Wall Street bet stock today, according to what I read pre-market. This was their number one focus, 16% in the float. So a short squeeze, that's what they're calling it. Okay, so looks like $5 was the high. 507 was the high. Stick an alert there, see if it takes it out. All right, BFRI, guys. This was the star. Well, MDVL. I mean, both of these are really producing. The 10-day daily breakout and the 10-day daily breakdown. You can really uncomplicate scans, all right? There's nothing fancy about this scan, nothing. But again, as I always say, don't be afraid to trade them. I mean, we don't know what's going to happen. 7 million in the float, we don't know what's going to happen. So, I mean, as it gets closer and closer to that pre-market high. So I just sold some. I just sold some, guys. I'm not, with the float like that, anything can happen. And I'll hold on if it can break out that 550, 560 mark. Wow, look at this one, guys. ALLT. Woof, is this shortable? Yeah, a million shares short of available to interactive brokers. This is just taking a tumble. This will, you know what? This will probably show up in the 10-day daily breakdown. It's just a tad shy of that 8 relative volume. That is one of the filters I've got in there. Okay, so it's just a little bit short of that. The volume starts picking up. We will see this in the 10-day daily breakdown, more than likely. Now, what could it go to? Looks like there could be, but in this particular case, though, looks like there could be some support not that far away. So it's not as In my opinion anyway. It's not as great as the other two that showed up. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I'm just looking at something happening internally here. So 784, I'm waiting to see if we get to that 8. Doesn't mean you have to wait, but to me, take a look at the daily chart for ALLT. The next low looking left is 711. I mean, if it can take out 7 and continue down, I'm trying to see if there's any specific news on this one. It's an Israeli stock. Looks like a security stock of some sort. Let me see if I can find any specific news on this one. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for it. Not for today anyway. ALLT. Yeah, I'm not in it. Okay, I pointed this one out to people who are looking for potential swing trades. I'm not in this ICVX, but yeah, I mean that slow grind up. There's the magnet right here. The high of the daily chart right here is 1356, 1346. There's your little magnet. Well, I hope you're right, Zach. I hope you're right. Nothing in your topping tails or bounce plays that I can see today. Not so far. Okay, watching this, well, no, I think this Lyra, it's got a ways to go to take out that high. So, however, watching LYRA right here, I mean, it's basing nicely. If you're looking for stocks that have pulled back that are still strong and maybe going to bounce from here. So what I do is I would put an alert around 540 or so, maybe right there, 548. Why? Because in my opinion, anyway, you'd want it to break this on the 5 minute chart on volume though, always on volume. I know. I know some of you follow the GME. It's just amazing how these things put on four or five, six, seven, $8, $10 bounces. So there it is, 141 up to 147. All right, this just showed up. KZR just showed up in the 10-day daily breakdown. And let's look left here. Yeah, it's got some room, guys. I mean, look left here. The next low looking left is around 14.90. We're at 16 right now. So, let's call it about $1. So keep an eye. Where was the alert at? 15.96. Let's see if it takes it out again. I'm going to stick an alert around 15.88 and see if it takes it out again. Now, the only issue, again, is that the fact that it was pretty active in the pre-market, it actually got up to 17 something. And, I think the ones that work the best are the ones that just can, start off down and just keep going down as opposed to the big pop and then the reversal. That's kind of my experience in this, but I may be completely wrong in this one. It may continue down, but for that reason, I think you've got to be careful. And of course, we're talking about shorting this. Well, it may not matter. Just watching the KZR. All right, totally out of the BFRI, guys. Had to watch that one. Totally out of it now, as it was drifting down. So for me, it was more or less kind of a quick, I want to call it a scalp because I mean, getting in where I did and getting out, not too bad percentage wise. KZR, KZR. CWH, let's take a look at Campers. Is that Campers World or something? Camping World Holdings. Okay. Yeah, it is. Something's happening with this. Big short float percent. I mean, I don't know if the WSBers have got a hold of this one, but look at that short float percent, 36%. That's huge. KZR cracking. KZR cracking. Cracking. Wow. I mean, guys, I mean, this is you're not going to get. I mean, these are not back tests or anything like this. These are just ideas, okay? Just ideas, and you click on them and you see what's happening. And man, oh man, yesterday awesome, today equally so. I mean, just giving us great trades here, and even on other than the Lyra, even on the top side here, breakouts as opposed to breakdowns. So with that in mind, 1027, I'm going to show you how you can have that scan if you want it. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'm hearing Ater, A-T-E-R. So those of you who are in Ater are probably fairly happy. So how I like to start is with my home page. A lot of information on my home page. If you save my link, you'll have access to it at any time. All right, so there's the link. There's my homepage link. Click on the link, and this is what you're going to see. We have a new promo code, Easter 20 for 20% off. Next Friday is Good Friday. The market is closed next Friday. But here's your Easter promotion code, 20% off. And this is how much Trade Ideas costs. So we've got 4 plans. We have an annual monthly for premium and standard. Premium is 2,000 less than 20%. Standard is 1,000 less than 20%. All right. The big difference, again, I keep saying the AI. Hopefully, it'll start producing a lot better once we get into earnings season. But right now, it's really nothing to display. You don't have to take out an annual subscription. I'm going to hammer this point home. If you don't know if you don't know about the product or well enough, excuse me, if you don't know the product well enough, do not take out an annual subscription, okay? Because you have to look at the terms and conditions about getting a refund. So there's no mad dash to get into it. Take out a monthly. Start off with a monthly. See if you like us. Standard is 118, premium is 228. You can take that 20% off that first month only. There's no problem if you want to keep a monthly subscription though. I mean, you don't have to go to annual ever, but just know that this is what you'll pay going forward after the 20% first month off. If you decide though that within 30 days that you really like it and you want to upgrade to an annual, we will honor the 20% discount. Okay. Just one moment, please. Just for you, legal. All right. Okay, so again, do not take out an annual subscription unless you're absolutely sure that you want the program. All right. Try us out for a month. Now, if you are just starting out with Trade Ideas, please click on this link, the Let's Get Started link. Okay, here we all are. But more importantly, the download starts, there are 10 episodes. It's about a 30-minute long session. Starts off with a download and installation, okay? So if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, I actually think that we should make it mandatory that you cannot do anything until you take this. Now, we have 3 free sections on my homepage. Trade of the week is free. You can click here and you'll get it. It starts, see, you'll get it about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning, okay? Stock of the day video that I do at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it here. All the education is here. A great user guide. So if you've taken that, you took the time to take that look at that 30-minute video, now you can start looking at the user guide. We have it all segmented. So you want to learn more about alert windows and top list windows, sound alerts, things like that, the stock racing, it's all segmented. We also have a full table of contents that is searchable. Okay. So the user guide is awesome. Here's that getting started right here. Daily support. So today is Friday. So I take a break at around noon between 12 and 1. And one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today it should be Andy. I'll confirm that before I take my break. And before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there if you want. And of course, Chris is there Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30 p.m. All right. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, take a look at this. It starts off with what is a stock? Okay, so if you're brand new to trading, this is a great little series, all free. Now, obviously, you have to be a member of Trade Ideas to get access to my scans. And here are these little beauties here, the 10-day daily breakdown, 10-day daily breakout. Okay, they're all here. All the scans that I'm sharing are here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Okay, so all the scans I'm sharing right there. So save my link. There's a lot of information, obviously, in the Get Started, my scans, and the education. Save my link. Then you can look at them anytime you want. Okay, just give me a moment as I'm adjusting my windows. So, NJ, go to my homepage. Just go to my homepage. Okay. I put the link in all the time. So here's my homepage link right there. Click on the link. When you click on the link, this is what you're going to see. And there it is. Let's get started. Let's get started. Okay. Yeah, our dog is a miniature, so that's the 15 to 16 pound variety. All right, now I showed you how I am sharing a lot of my scans. We also have created a lot of scans up here. If you click on new from our toolbar, click on new, and then click on the dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Every one of these is theme-based. So for instance, here is a momentum channel. You click on the momentum channel, you'll see we have some scans. So if you like the idea of a momentum scan, and I'm sharing one in my homepage, and it's basically the same as this, but here it is here. If you like the idea of this, you can just save it to the cloud. I know why I'm telling you this, because you can go to the different channels and you start extracting scans that we have created, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back one at a time from the cloud, and thereby creating your own layout without actually knowing how to create a scan in the first place. Of course, you can always alter the scans, just like my scans that I'm sharing. Keyser. Wow. If you right click, configure, summary. So if you do that with any scan, topless window, an alert window, it's going to show you exactly what it's looking for. So if, for instance, in this particular scan, if the price is between 1 and 50, the current volume is 3, etc. These are the filters. If these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we see a real-time alert for it. Okay? But again, if you wanted a different price range, you just click on the icon. And listen, this is, by the way, I'm not. This is not like a guide, or I'm not showing you how to use Trade ideas, the nitty gritty of it. I expect you to go and take a look at that 30-minute video, and then you can go to the user guide. And for instance, there's a section on alert windows, and it shows you, how you can adjust things. If I don't like that price range, I just go to the icon and change it. It's very simple to do. Now, if I click on summary, you see how it's changed. So you can obviously make adjustments if you want to the filters, to the filter values. When you get used to using trade ideas, you can maybe even add a filter of your own, take one out, it's up to you. But basically, go through the channels, maybe take a look at the different scans we've got, maybe save. Okay, here's the Lyra, guys. Remember I mentioned the Lyra? Now, is it on volume? Little bit of volume on the 2-minute, but not huge. I'd like to see a dramatic volume increase on the 5-minute. And it's not the absolute volume. What I'm always doing is I'm looking in relation to the previous candles. So unless I see something that's really standing out, I don't get too excited about it. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. Right click on an alert window, click on configure, click on search. So what we did as a company, we said most people don't want to learn how to program. They don't want to learn a programming language in order to use our product. So what we try to do is create a lot of different alerts. When you see these icons, these are the alert icons. And when we get down to these icons, these are the filter icons. So we try to create enough of them so that for the absolute majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. If you want to build your own scan, and look at KZR now, guys, KZR. Wow. Okay. Now, don't get hung up on how many we have. You do not have to learn them all. It's amazing how many people think, wow, it's too hard. How can I learn them all? You don't have to. It's like an a la carte, though, a menu. You just sort of pick and choose the ones you want. You can look at, you can, if you click on the very first one and click on help, you'll be brought to this page, and of course, if you want to scroll down, you can see what they're all looking for. You might see something that's interesting to you. You certainly don't have to learn them all. Like what the heck is a standard deviation breakout? I don't know anything about that. It's fine. You don't have to. Okay. I can't tell you how good this is, guys. These three alerts right here on the daily breakdown. I'm not saying it's going to be like this every single day. Yesterday was a stellar day also. This is even better. We only have the three and they all worked. Remember, these are not back tested. These are ideas. That's why the program is called Trade Ideas. Doesn't mean you just hop. Every time I get an alert, doesn't mean I just hop in and take the trade. All right, let me talk a little bit about this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus, okay? Yeah, we call it Brokerage Plus. No, it's KZR. This is turning into maybe the best one now. I actually thought it might. I was a little reluctant when I saw this move up here, but you put a tight enough stop on it, and now look at it. All right, I just put. Let me make sure I did this right. Yes. When you design scans, guys, again, you don't. My whole idea of designing a scan is not to get too many alerts. I think some of you create scans and you're just inundated with alerts. try to, I mean, there's a happy medium. I mean, I don't want just one alert, a day in some of these, though that might be all we need. But for instance, take a look at the 10-day daily breakdown. I mean, don't get too many. Again, this is the don't repeat version of this. So what this means is, as an example, that's what the DR stands for. So Kezar, the first alert was at 1596. The time was 1021. What you're seeing here, this is the repeating of it. So every time KZR made a new low, you get a real-time alert of it. Why I like to have this though is I can click on the alert. You see there's an arrow that's telling me the candle on a 15-minute chart where the alert happened, on a 5-minute chart, on a 2-minute chart. Now I can say, okay, what happened after that alert? Well, pretty awesome. Okay, so that's why I like to have the don't repeat. If you're getting overwhelmed with alerts, I mean, you may only want to have don't repeat. I mean, it's nice to have this. I call this is the nagging version of it. It's telling me, hey, don't forget about me over and over and over and over and over again. Okay. But there's nothing wrong with just having a don't repeat and then, following it. So I got sidetracked there. The Brokerage Plus window. Oops, I'm sorry. I got wrong link. Okay, so I just put the Brokerage Plus link in. There it is. If you click on it, you will see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you how, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window from within Trade Ideas to trade your account. Only available, it's not available if you're using the web-based version, okay? Only in the downloadable application. And you'll notice it says Brokerage Plus. There are two options underneath. One says live and one says simulation, paper trading. So obviously, if you have an IB account or an E-Trade account and you watch that short video, it'll show you how you can connect, and you would click on live, and now you're set to go if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas. But again, please listen closely. You do not have to have an IB or an E-Trade account to use Trade Ideas, okay? Doesn't matter who your broker is. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter who your broker is. Doesn't matter where you live in the world. You can use us. It's just we have this feature that if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can trade from within. And I have no idea when or if we'll be able to add other brokerage accounts. So please don't ask. I mean, that's a common question. Well, what about TD? What about any other broker in the world? I don't know. I mean, it's not that we don't want to, but there's a degree of difficulty that we've encountered when it comes to these other brokerage firms. So anyway, now the second video, a lot longer, goes into way more detail about how to use this Brokerage Plus window. Okay. Now, how I like to demonstrate it is in the simulator. Because if you're new to trading, please practice trading first. It uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. All you need is our standard service, and then you just click on Sim. I'm going to start from scratch here. I'm going to disconnect. Okay, so if you start out now, this looks a little bit different from what you have right now. This is sort of what the future of this Brokerage Plus will look like. Okay, right now you just see a big buy and sell button, but it's okay. The premise is the same, and you'll see not connected. You just click on Sim, and then it should say take a while. It'll say connected, and then it'll say account, and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. So again, you don't even need a broker. And why I say it like that is because you may still be deciding who your broker is going to be eventually. Okay, but if you want to practice trading, uses our real-time data. Very simple to use. If I click on an alert, you'll notice that the symbol shows up. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price. Now, yesterday I demonstrated how you can take a trade on a pullback, and that happened to be SBFM, and it worked unbelievably well, of course, until they announced the financing today. But SBFM, I was demonstrating how you could take a pullback trade, and we took it at $8, okay, and then it raised all the way up to $12.50 in the pre-market. Before they announced their financing, it was still kind of holding, and then they announced their financing. And to their credit, because it's a real pet peeve of mine, but to their credit, at least they announced the financing before the market opened. Okay, sometimes you see these companies and you think, okay, all's good, I'm in this trade, and then they announce a financing when the market's open, not allowing you to get out of the trade. If because a lot of times what would happen for me is I would have looked at this and said, you know what, I better take some profit on this, and at 9 o'clock. You could have got out, depending on what time you get up in the morning. I mean, you could have got out for a great gain. And you always have to worry, with 3.9 million in the float, this is the sort of thing that can happen, especially when there are these little bios. They are starving for cash, starving. I still don't know what the price is that they're doing the financing. It appears that it's 7.2 million shares. I still don't know what the price is though. So let's do a practice one. Let's take a trade on a pullback. Okay. All right. Got a little delay action here. So if this sort of happens to you, sometimes your charts don't seem to be loading well. Just click on your account and do a reset. Something might have happened with the server, and usually that fixes it immediately. Okay. So again, NJ, if you click on my homepage link. So again, if you click on my homepage link, I just put it in again, you just click on it, and here it is. Okay, you'll see it Easter 20, all in caps, Easter in caps, 20 numeric. Okay. All right, so I haven't been able to pay attention to Zach's topping and top plays and topping plays and the bounce plays, but I do see CWH. That was a nice one from the high here. I typically start paying a lot more attention in the afternoon when things slow down a little bit for me. I've got a lot of things going on in the morning. Of course, usually in the morning it's a lot more active with the market, but there's internal discussions that I like to keep track of within trade ideas. So there's a lot happening. It slows down a little bit in the afternoon, so that is when I pay a little more attention to it. Oh, I have no idea. IPv6 compliant, I have no idea what that means. I'm sure I could look it up, but I don't know. Let me just I'll ask somebody who may know. Yeah, I will ask. What difference would it make though? But anyway, okay, I'll ask. See if I get a response. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. All right. All I'm trying to do right now is take a look at something maybe on a pullback. Ugh, how ugly is this MOXC? I'm just trying to find something that might be a little interesting to take on a pullback. All right, just for fun. Okay, this is just to demonstrate, okay? This is just to demonstrate how you would do it. Say I wanted to take this as a stitch fix, but I don't want to take it right now. If it pulled back down to say 10, I want to take the trade. All right, so pick how many shares I want to do this at. Let's do a couple of hundred. Now I had to figure out how to do this yesterday because this is just a slightly different format that I'm used to. I think I have to put it in both boxes. I send, see if that worked. Okay, so notice what happened there. There's a blue line now on the chart. Okay, so if SFIX pulls back to $10, it'll take the trade. Okay, so that's how you can practice pullbacks. A lot of people love that idea. You know, they don't, you know, listen, I'm a momentum trader, but you know, many people would rather take something but pull back to a certain price. Okay, so all I have to do is, again, in this market, in your version, it'll be the stop and I can't remember anymore. Hopefully this version of Trade Ideas will be available on mass so that we'll be talking about the same thing. We'll have the same look. Yeah, so Bill, I haven't got an answer yet, Anthony, okay? So I'm not ignoring you, but I haven't got an answer. Did you ask about a hotspot, Anthony? Did you ask about a hotspot? Because that is the, okay, so, okay, the answer is no. Okay, just got the answer. The answer is no. Sorry. Shoot, just a second. Okay, well, we can't help you there, Anthony. I mean, can't help. The answer is no. I think you talked to Bill maybe, and I think he may have already told you no before. So the answer is no. So we can't help you, unfortunately. Yeah, I think Bill really answered your question though, pretty explicitly. So anyway, there's your answer. All right, let me take a look at other things that are happening. I'm out of everything now, guys. All right, some of your little bounce plays, the bounce plays and the topping plays. Let's see how well AEO 1630. So AEO has not dropped yet. Boy, you would think it's coming into a lot of resistance around that 17 mark between here and 17. You know, guys, I mentioned this, I didn't take it, but I mentioned this disc A, DISCA, a little while ago. It's been inching, well, not inching. I think it's tacked on about $1 since then. Yes, yeah, a little spy move. You're right. I haven't even, you know what? I haven't even looked at the market at all. So NAS is down a little, Dow's up, SPY's up. Haven't even looked at the overall market, what it's doing. You know what's having a bounce here, guys, is BCRX. BCRX is having a bounce right here. You can see on the 15-minute chart. I mean, obviously it has a ton of room if it wants to keep bouncing. Well, I'd be, obviously has had the bad news. I mean, that bad news is still there. Okay, you'll have to go to our homepage, Gomrata, okay? I don't have, no, like, I don't have a previous version to give to you. So if you go to our homepage though, one of the developers usually, saves in an archive version. So just go to our homepage and ask for it. And here's the link. I don't have, okay? No, 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 no. Don't put your email in. Don't put your email in. Go to the homepage and ask, okay? Really, Gary? Wait a minute. It shouldn't be the living room. Did I forget to, no, you should see my screen. If you're talking about this, no, that's just something that from within the software program, okay? I have to have that up. You should, oh, I see. I forgot to do this. Okay, I forgot to do okay, sorry about that. I just forgot there was one thing I had to click. Now you won't see the living room. It's not my living room, no. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah. Yeah, okay, okay, Camarada, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Waiting for an answer. Thanks for pointing that out, Gary. Yeah, there's this new streaming software that we're using to project to YouTube. There's just a couple of extra steps, and I just forgot to do that. So thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, so just yeah, so go to yeah, click on the homepage link and ask for. I mean, there are many previous versions. Depends which one you want. Now Pepe's got one, but I mean that might not be the one you want. Out of interest, what's going on that you want a previous version? Obviously, something is happening. If you can hear me, anyway. Well, Pepe, you're still lobbying to become part of the dev team. All right, guys. So unfortunately, I'm not in that Kezar anymore. Boy, that it surprised me. It definitely surprised me after the pop-up this morning. I don't even know if it was any specific news on it. A blue halo docking over my single stock window. How to remove a blue halo? Wonder what you mean by that? Like a tint. Hmm. I don't know if I've seen that before, so I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So you've docked the single stock window, or you've put the single stock window into a docking window. I'm sorry, you don't know if you got the single stock window in a docking window? You don't know if you do? Well, let me ask you this. Have you ever created a docking window? Oh, okay, the four-way thing. Okay. Well, it's hard for me to, I mean, okay, so I mean, typically, let me see if I can help you here. I'm not sure if I can because I'm going to start a new dock window. I'm going to call it test. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about. Okay. I want to get rid of so I'm going to put a docking window, or I'm going to put a channel in. Okay. First 15 minutes. I'm going to put it into test. So here it is. There it is. Okay. Now, the minute I start, okay, I need another one. I'll put biggest losers into test. Okay, so this is what you're talking about, right? You're talking about this. So what's your question though, really? What is the question? I mean, this just tells you where you can align it within the dock window. Okay, so if you want, if I want, the biggest losers below or to the right of this first 2 minutes, I just do that. If I now want it below, I just do that. I'm just clicking, I'm just, see how the arrows are. Well, do it again. Okay, if I want it below, nothing removes it. Don't know what you mean by nothing removes it. I mean, docking can be tricky. I do get it. I don't think it's the easiest thing in the world, but I've used it enough that I just navigate around, figure out where I want to put things and how can put a window in or a scan or any trade ideas window into a dock channel or dock window. But when you say nothing removes it, Pepe, what does he mean? What do you mean nothing removes it? Yeah, I don't know what you mean. Nothing removes it. I mean, the minute you click on either, the up arrow, the left arrow, these right arrow, the downward arrow, I mean, that'll remove that icon. It won't go away. Maybe try a reset. I mean, I don't know. Try account, do a reset connection or something. I mean, you're saying this, doesn't go away. I mean, this that doesn't, it's almost impossible that it won't go away once you select where you want it to go. Out of my league, if it's not going away once you make a selection of where you want it to go. You might have to go to our tech support, okay? Go to our tech support, I'm not tech support with something like this. Explain what's going on, and somebody may do a screen share with you and just see what's happening. I don't know how to help you, sorry. So if you go to our homepage, try a restart. I mean, I guarantee if you restart, everything will go away, but before you do a restart, just try to do an account reset. Okay, just go to account in the toolbar, click on reset connection and see if that helps. Obviously doing a restart will definitely get rid of it, but that's a little dramatic to have to do that. Shouldn't matter though on the latest version or not, as long as he has docking capability. I mean, that's never been an issue, but hey, anything's possible, I guess. Really early docking was buggy, absolutely. But I've got to hope that, I don't know, you're right. I mean, I suppose if you're not on the latest version, you might want to try that. But you're right. But early docking, I mean, that's several months ago. But yeah, anything is possible. All right, guys. Well, I'm just cruising here now. I'm not getting any new alerts, which is fine. All right, so this MOBQ, which was ripping a couple of days ago, got all the way up to 270 or so, had the pullback yesterday, and now it is almost at yesterday's high, low, low, low float. It's basically flat right now. Okay, so it's right at yesterday's close. You can kind of see if it can take out that high of yesterday, which is 230. It may have a shot to get up to that 280, 275 level again. Okay, so maybe put an alert at the high of yesterday and see if it breaks it out or takes it out on volume, and it may have another run at the 2 day ago high, and that is the MOBQ. The reset, excellent. Okay, yeah. When in doubt, when in doubt, do a reset and just see what happens. On anything. Sometimes you can, pull your hair out and try to figure out, well, why is this happening? And instead of doing that, I'm just talking in general, of course, just do a reset and see if the problem goes away. All right, let's take a look at what Real was talking about regarding ATER, ATER, and saying put an alert just above the VWAP. Let's take a look at ATER, ATER. And the VWAP is at 465. Now, we use the pre-market data, so it may be different. But even if that is not correct, I can see a break here. Just looking at the 15-minute chart, the little topping tails there. Could get it running again. And then RAD. Yeah, RAD is having a bit of a comeback, no question. I mean, it's above yesterday's high, but I mean, remember now, this got absolutely crushed. This was in our 10-day daily breakdown. Now, it did have a recovery. There's no question it had a recovery. It got down to 611 and it closed at almost 7. So, but Citi, oh no, it was Deutsche Bank put a $1 price target on it. and BKKT. Not showing up on my, because I don't have a reversal scan, so I don't have a reversal scan up. All right, so I plan to pay more attention in the afternoon to Zach's bounce plays and the topping plays. Well, when you say lovely, you must mean that you shorted it. No shorts available for me. You know, guys, if you're looking for just a really simple top list, all right, and just to track, certain stocks all day long, this is maybe not a bad. I call this the first 2 minutes because what I used to do, I put some pretty tough filters in here. Okay, now this is my price range between 1 and 35. Current volume is at least 500,000 shares. It has to be up or down 5% from the open. Okay. And the idea was after the first 2 minutes, now look, this is not very full. What would happen is after the first 2 minutes, I would freeze it and then just watch those stocks all day long. If I didn't freeze it, then this would get full. You can see that there's not a lot of activity with those filters in place. But you know what? Just to track these sort of symbols all day long, for those of you who are just looking for, a really interesting watch list to track, you might want to take a look at this, and that's all you focus on, nothing else. And I've sorted it on the position in the day's range so that the stocks up the most are right near the high of the range will be at the top, and all the way down here, Trivy near the low of the range, the day's range. So just an interesting thing. You might want to, it's so simple, but you can get overwhelmed, obviously, by seeing so many alerts all day long. And just to focus on a watch list like that might be something you want to do. But I'm getting no new alerts. I haven't had a new alert in a while. Time is at 11:20. Yeah, I haven't had a new alert in a long time. Look at this APTX. So I had the big down day yesterday. I can't remember exactly why, but had the big down day yesterday. There's the high of yesterday is 146. So you know what? Just stick an alert there. I mean, put an alert, say at 150. See if it takes it out on volume, because I mean, it's got obviously a lot of room until it hits the next high in the daily chart. Maybe it starts to come back. Or is it shortable for me? It is shortable for me. A lot of shares available at Interactive Brokers. Maybe it stalls at yesterday's high and drops. So, I mean, just put a price alert there and see what happens. And I'm talking about the APTX. X as in xylophone. And maybe stick an alert around 150. Price alert. You know what, guys? I mean, I'm seeing we get a lot of comments about, hey, how come I'm not getting any pre-market alerts, pre-market alerts, pre-market alerts, okay? Or my top list doesn't work, in the pre-market. Why? So as a general statement, okay, if you're using the relative volume filter in the pre-market, you'll get no alerts. So for instance, so this is what I use in the pre-market, okay? The pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. This is an alert window. Gap ups, gap downs, alert windows. Notice when I right click, configure, summary, notice there is no relative volume filter here, okay? Yes, I do have it as a column, but that doesn't matter. There was no relative volume filter here. If I add the relative volume filter here, I will get no data in the pre-market, okay? And it's the same thing here. The gap up. Now I use a pre-market high. That's an alert. But again, here, there is not a relative volume filter. I'll bet that we get 4 or 5 questions like that a day. How come I'm not getting any data in the pre-market? That's one of the main reasons. The other reason, in a top list window, if you right click and time frame, you have to have live always checked. If you have live during market hours, well, it's only going to start working at 9:30. And the more obscure reason, which bugs the heck out of me, is if you right click, configure, and click on sort. If for some reason the relative volume filter is the one that's active as the sort, right there, if that happens to be active as the sort, then it won't work either. Okay, so now that shouldn't be typically when you load a new top list window, that will not be the sort. And I don't like the sort at all. I don't like the server sort at all, but the company does it. But that's the more obscure reason why you may not be getting data in the pre-market. Now, our charts still do not work before 7 o'clock. Okay, that's coming. I mean, I've seen the prototype. As you know, our scans now start working at 4 o'clock Eastern. Maybe you don't know, but our scans start working at 4 o'clock Eastern. But if you click on an alert, the chart still is not going to start working until 7. All right, let's just take a trade, okay, in the simulator. Take some kind of a trade in the simulator and just show you how that works. Okay, now look at the bounce on this one. This is what I was afraid of, right from the beginning on the short of this one, just because of what happened in the pre-market or, actually when the market opened. I mean, it ripped higher. I mean, it got up to 17 something. So let's just take this trade. Let's take the trade in the simulator, take a couple hundred shares, 300 shares. We'll go in at the market. Yeah, there's a very tight spread, so I can go into the market, send it. And come on, there we go. So it took the trade, okay, right here. Let's just see what happens. Just wanted to show you how you can do it. Now, if you leave this trade in, you don't exit it at the end of the day, then it becomes a swing trade. So that's how you can practice swing trading. And there's something going on here. This is wrong, wrong, wrong. Yeah, this is, oh no, it isn't wrong. No, I'm sorry. That is correct. So this is telling me right now I'm down $46. Okay, makes sense. Entry was 16. It's at 16 now. 300 times 16 cents is $46, approximately $48. Okay, so what this max P&L is telling me is that when I got in at 16.16, it didn't even go to 16.17. Okay, because then it would have shown, if I got out at 16.17, it would have shown like a $1 profit or some or a few pennies. Okay, so that's what that is showing me. So I'll just leave it in. I just wanted to show you the mechanics of how to do this, how you can practice trading. I have not gone over, placing stops and all, but let's just put a stop here at, I don't know, just to show you the mechanics of it, okay? So, if the trade works against me, so if it went down to 15.50, I'd be out $200, okay? And I haven't gone into any great detail about money management at all, but when you start trading, you should have, in my opinion anyway, some kind of a checklist. You really should be looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade, not to take a trade. And you should have some kind of a checklist, and unless you can check every single box, you don't take the trade. Be selective. Now, I can't tell you what your checklist is going to be. That's why you've got to practice. Most of the things are already checked for me in my scans. Things like, I'm never going to see a stock outside of a price range that I want. I'm never going to see a stock without a minimum volume that I want. I'm never going to see a stock without the minimum relative volume that I want. Things like that, okay? So I don't have to go through that process. Most of that is covered in my scans. Now, for me, when I get an alert, next thing I'm doing is now I'm using some, trading experience, looking at what's happening, how much room it has on a daily, monthly, weekly chart, what's the market doing, and so then I will quickly size up whether or not I want to take the trade. Okay, but so most of the things are already checked based on my scans. And then if I take the trade, I have a stop. I know where I'm going to get out if it goes to a certain price. Not just because I can check every box doesn't mean the trade's going to work. So I'll have a price where I'm going to get out, and where that price is, and then that's where you practice, practice, practice. I know to make it super simple, you might want to consider putting your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. Okay, that's a very defined number. I'm more of a visual person. I'll look at the chart and I'll say, okay, I think there's a lot of support at a certain area, maybe minimum on a 5-minute chart. So if it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. But to make it really simple when you're first starting out, and hey, you can use this forever, I suppose. If you want to use the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number. You don't have to kind of eyeball a chart or anything. So if you get comfortable, that's why I say though, practice trading, get comfortable with placing your stops. So that's one aspect. The next aspect is, okay, if you kind of agree with the idea of, there's a price I'm going to get out and it's going to be the previous 5 minute low, 5 minute candle low, that is going to share size you. How? Well, if you have a $5,000 account, I'm hoping that you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. So in the simulator, now I know in this particular case I didn't do this, but in the simulator, I tend to show how you can risk, say, $100 a trade. And how you do that, if you take the difference between where you entered and your stop, that difference, and you divide that into, say, $100, that is how you're going to share size yourself. So I'm not taking, a fixed number of shares every trade. How many shares I take per trade will be defined by, again, that difference between my entry, my stop. I take that number and then I divide it into how much I'm actually willing to risk on the trade, be it $100, be it $200, etc. I do not vary by much how much I'm risking per trade. In other words, I don't risk $100 one trade, 1,000 the next trade, 500 the next trade. I try to keep my risk amount approximately the same every trade. That's why you've got to practice trading, because you're doing some of this on the fly. Not some of it. I mean, you're doing a lot of this now. You can create an Excel spreadsheet. So, with the differences. So if you're risking $100 a trade, instead of having to go through the mental, like the arithmetic of taking your entry and your stop, subtracting, and then divide into 100, you can have an Excel spreadsheet set up and just quickly glance. So if the difference between your entry and your stop is 50 cents, and it's going to automatically divide, of course, 50 cents into $100. Pretty simple math. You'd be taking 200 shares. Can't emphasize enough. Practicing before you commit money to the market. Now, the way I trade is, okay, I've got my stop here. Again, this is in the simulator, right? So this is the way I trade. So there's my stop. That's the absolute worst I want to do on the trade. The absolute worst. But if I see something, if I'm watching it and I don't like the way it's trading, I can always, of course, get out earlier. All right. If I don't like the way it's trading, yeah, I got in here at 16.16. I was hoping it would hold 16. Let's say I was, trading this for real, but I just don't like the way it's trading. I could say, okay, you know what? I'm going to get out of the trade now. So I would just highlight it and flatten, or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. So these are hotkeys. Now, I understand, and I've seen the prototype. We're adding a lot more. We're adding a lot more hotkeys. Okay, so the question in our tech support was, do I know how to set the time zone on trade ideas? Okay, it's not in sync with the time on my computer. So yes. Now this is what I do. I'm on the West Coast, but to make things super simple, trading, I don't want to make any mistakes. So I actually set my computer to East Coast time because I want trade ideas to be in East Coast time. So everything is the same. So that's even though I'm on the West Coast, no, that is East Coast time. Because when we refer to times, it's always, I don't want to have somebody say, well, I got into this trade at 7:30 and that's Central time. I don't, why? I don't want to do any go through some mental gymnastics. Okay. So I keep everything at East Coast time. But to answer your question, if you go to tools and then options and then time options. So again, from our toolbar, click on tools, options, and then time options. And here's where you can set trade ideas, the time zone you want. So even though it says local time for me, because I've set my computer to East Coast time. I mean, so in theory, I could keep my computer on my West Coast time and then just select Eastern time zone. I just find it easier to keep everything in the same time zone, my computer and trade ideas and everything else. my brokerage platform, of course. So did you get that, Silent? Again, from our toolbar, click on Tools, Options, Time Zone or Time Options, and now you can pick the time zone you want. And save it, and don't forget to save your work. You know, when you exit trade ideas, it's going to ask you, do you want to save? You know, you should say yes, because anything you do, even something like that, anything you do, make any sort of a change, unless you save your work, that change will not be remembered. I don't know. I mean, I can't imagine. I'd like to think sometime next week, but don't hold me to it, okay? I mean, this is pretty solid right now, the way it looks. I mean, I haven't seen any bugs in it, okay? What I'm really waiting for, though, of course, I think what they should be doing is also releasing the charts too, so that they start at 4 in the morning Eastern time at the same time. All right, guys. Let's see. Boy, this is a dire dearth of alerts. No new alerts for quite a while now. Whoa, that was such a great, nice topping tail play from Zach on the CWH. You know what? Oh man, I really wish I'd seen. Well, I sort of saw it, but I was so distracted by doing other things. This is classic. This is exactly what I'm looking for. So again, these two scans, of course, I'm sharing. It's called Zach's Bouncers and Toppers from my homepage. But you see where you got the alert for CWH, and this is what I've been trying to, because people ask me, well, how can you play these? You know, topping plays and bounce plays, they're not easy, you know, because a lot of times you're trying to guess a little bit where the bottom is or the top is. But look what happened here. So CWH, we had the first alert was at 28.70. You can see the candle, you can see the arrow right there. We then got another alert at 28.87. That's not bad. That's only 17 cents away. The final alert at 28.90. This is what I'm looking for, because then you could have put the alert, because again, you're looking at 28.90, and what did it get up to? It got up to just a little bit above that. As long as the difference between that very first alert and the last alert, or where the high was, because it did get up to about 28.96, is not tremendous. And I don't consider 20 cents is huge on a 28-cent stock. Then you could have put a price alert right here at 28.70. Okay, 28.70 right up here, and said, okay, I'll take the short there. And look what happened. I mean, I'm not saying every time it's going to work this way, but you know, it can make it a little bit easier to try to figure out, well, where should I short this? Okay, if that makes sense. Now, sometimes though, I mean, we'll see the first alert at, say, I'll make we could have seen that first alert at 28.70 and then went at 28.90, and then it kept going higher and higher, 29.50. That kind of destroys that, because I mean, if you put your price alert at 28.70 to short, you know, it has already fallen a lot. Here it only fell only 20 cents to get down here. So it's a way to look at these. Try to make it a little bit easier, because these are not easy to play, you know, because a lot of it is, especially if you get a huge discrepancy between the first alert and the last one. You see, this wasn't as good. You can see the Canuck, CAN. The first alert to play on the bounce was at 480. It kept falling. It got down to 465, and ultimately it got down to 461. So now, if you're putting your alert at 480, but you see 25 or 15 cents, not only 15, actually, it's not that bad. I mean, so you could put your alert at 480. It hasn't moved from there, and see if it bounces from there. I mean, it really hasn't done anything, has it? My problem with that would be, I'm always hung up on a whole number, trying to break a whole number, and 480, pretty close to $5, which I think is a very psychological number. So it doesn't make it as attractive. Yeah, volume is the key. That's why our price alerts are fantastic as a tool, okay? To set a price alert where you think a break out of a certain price would be really good, but if it's not accompanied by some volume, I just forget about it. So many times people get, you'll see a stock that is in, it looks like great consolidation and it finally moves above it. And you say, great, I'm taking it. And then it just falls right back. And you wonder, well, why did that happen? And if you look at the volume that was associated with, the so-called break, it wasn't a lot. So it is, I mean, listen, I was like anybody else. If I saw something in a let's look at CAN right here. Right there, consolidation, consolidation. What if it kept running, running, running into the market when it opened and then it popped? You might think, wow, okay, it's going to take off. But if you look and there's no volume on that pop, it could easily just come right back down, and you can get chopped to death in your account by always playing what I call false breakouts. Now, sometimes it'll keep going, absolutely. On maybe something that is not really incredible volume. Of course, that can happen, but I used to always play these consolidation breakouts without really considering volume. Wow, 11:46. Okay, so I'm just going to contact Andy. I think it's Andy today in our in the YouTube room. Okay, so it is Andy. So I just wanted to make sure. So I will be taking a break in a little over 10 minutes. Okay, I'll take a break from between 12 and 1. Andy will be in our YouTube room, takes over from me. And so before I do take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over there and listen to Andy for about an hour. And Andy and the rest of the guys at Trade Ideas are way more into swing trading than I am. Well, this is how I thought the day would be. Really slow, but right from the beginning. And yeah, the MULN, wow, look at the volume coming in. Big float, 280 million in the float, but or 208 million in the float. Yeah, so this is wrong, guys. I mean, again, our provider has, we have not corrected this yet. This is not up 881% EDU. They did a 1 for 10 reverse split, so this is not. I already contacted our guys and I haven't even looked at what the market's doing since a couple hours now. So I see NAS is still down. So there's a little disconnect right now in the market between the so-called growth and the value stocks. Dow being value and growth being NASDAQ. So NASDAQ is down, Dow is up, SPY's up a little bit. But really, there's not much happening on my end right now. I keep saying that, but there's not much happening. Able to take advantage quickly of this VFRI, but that's choppy as anything. Now, listen, I mean, here's another classic. It's consolidating on the 15-minute chart. I mean, I'm not, look, I'm not a big pullback player, but I mean, there's a argument to be made. If it takes out 486 on some volume, it could challenge, these levels again. It could. So this is what I'll do. I'll just put an alert here, just a little bit above the current price. Price alert. See that blue line now? And later on, if it happens on some volume, and when I say on volume, I'm not talking about the absolute volume. I mean, look, the absolute volume is pretty good. I mean, 155,000 shares. What I'm talking about, though, is in relation to the previous volume bars. Okay. I mean, you can just sort of see, look at the way the volume has just dwindled on the 15-minute chart. Volume dwindling. I mean, it should be obvious. Enthusiasm dwindling. Nobody cares about this stock right now. And absolutely, volume, if you're talking swing trades, PJ is absolutely right. Volume is not as important, in a swing. I'm only talking about intraday trading. Volume is not as important in swing trading. FMA, hi, thanks. Okay. For what? Andy, I hear a little ping. That means you're in the room. Can you hear me? I see you. Paging Andrew. I'm just, what time is it? 11:53. So Andy will be taking over very soon. Hear me yet? Keep an eye on the WOW, maybe WOW. I mean, their whole news yesterday, late, was about putting themselves up for sale, perhaps looking at, as they call it, strategic alternatives. So, but is this shortable? Yeah, this is shortable for me. I mean, it's coming right into that 22 level. So this is all rumor based right now. And let's see. This Perimeter Solutions, I don't know anything about these guys. Looks like this was a SPAC that turned into PRM. And looking left on the daily chart, 1178. It's got some room. What's the float like? 161 million. These guys are out of Luxembourg, okay? So Andy, anytime you want to chime in, if you can hear me, you can, just to make sure everybody else will be able to hear you. Here's another one. Some of these just crawl out of the woodwork. Steven Natto, STVN. Looks like another SPAC, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it was an IPO, maybe. Or was it a SPAC that turned into this STVN? I don't know. Probably it looks like it was, because look at that position in lifetime range, 39%. So it was probably a SPAC at one point, and it was a lot higher as whatever it was before, because I'm just looking at that 39% above the lifetime low, which is, almost impossible based on what it is now. If this were truly an IPO back here. All right, guys, so Andy must be getting ready. I'm just going to put my announcement in that I'll be taking my break. I hear you, Andy. I hear you. I don't hear you, but I hear the little pinging sound. That means you're in the room. And this is the YouTube link. When Andy gets rolling, you can head over there once I'm on my break very soon.
Okay. Barry, you hear me now?
I hear you, Andy.
Okay, great.
So just give me a moment.
So,
I'm just going to put the YouTube link in the main room. And you want to take over
okay.
now?
All right. Let me do that.
You're very low on the mic from my end. I can barely hear you, but I don't know.
Okay, well, and maybe I'm talking to Chris over here because he's kind of walking through me. And where do you share the screen, Chris? Remind me.
Okay, I'll wait for you
Got it.
to share the screen.
Got it. Okay, got it.
So you can start sharing right now if you want. There you go. Okay,
All right.
Andy, I will mute myself now.
All
You're
right.
on.
Thank you, buddy.
Okay. Okay. And so at about I don't know 12:59 or so, I'll pop back in if you want to leave. Okay.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Okay.
Sounds good. All right. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. All right. Let me get the chat up, guys. Hold on just a minute. Let me pop the chat out here. All right. You do these things once a week. It's hard to remember a new technology, so I should have it down next time. Can all you guys hear me okay? Welcome to my screen. Welcome to the Eye Watcher and the Eye. Been focusing a lot on this the last couple of weeks. It's really providing a value. Good, good. All right, thank you. And I know I believe Fia, you had a question about buying stocks on pullback, and yeah, we're gonna. It's so much better if you have a visual instead of me just kind of building something and sending it to you. This way, you'll get an idea of how you can build it when you. Let me just move these out of the way, and we'll do that right now. Perfect. Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it. Okay, so uh Afia had a good she came into the chat and I helped her about 20 minutes ago, and she's looking for strong stocks that are pulling back. Always a great idea, to not chase highs and let stocks come to you. As a matter of fact, I did that today in this CTVA. Okay. Uh put this on a 15-minute chart and see what I did. This was one that we added this morning. I probably added about right in here to the eye. Okay. For those who may not know, the eye is our new swing trading feature. We have a channel that is going to present ideas to you for swing trading. And CTVA came in this morning, and this is one that pulled back. And if you look there, it was so strong, that it didn't even get to the 10-period moving average. So I picked this up around 59.03, I believe, in my account this morning. Liking the way this is setting up, potentially going to an all-time high. I don't like to be the one to chase that first 15-minute bar in the morning, guys. Can get you in a lot of trouble. Okay, you get these UEC is one I've been in since yesterday, and look at this morning open and then drive down. So try, if you're a swing trader, especially, try not to get too caught up in that first bar of the day. You're going to get a better shot at it. So she was interested in a 50-period moving average on a 5-minute chart. So what I'm going to do here is, since we don't have that data point, okay, we have the 10, we have the 8, we have the 20. But what I was saying is that, if you use a 15-minute chart and use a 10-period moving average or a 20-period moving average, you're more likely, to catch them probably around the same area. I know the 50-period on the 5-minute chart is going to be a little bit lower. So let me just duplicate this, and I'll put in a 20-period as well. The thing about using a 20-period on a 15-minute chart, if it's a very strong chart, you may not get it. So let me just add an indicator here. So we're going to come in here. We're going to add a moving average. No, we're not. We're going to add a SMA. Hold on. There we go. And we're going to put a 20 and make sure I don't mess the colors up. So we'll just go with the yellow. Yeah, it may be tough to see. We'll go with a And we'll stick with the dark blue. That'll work. Okay, set color. Okay, add. Okay, so now we got a 20. And this is what I'm talking about. Just you can see this UEC from yesterday that was very strong. If you're using a 20 period moving average on a 15, you would have never gotten that. Now, had it really come down and tried to shake some people out, that would have been a great entry. But in a lot of cases, when stocks are strong, like this UEC yesterday, you're not going to get it. You're not going to ever get alerted because it never touched that 20 period moving average on a 15-minute chart. Now it did come down. It actually went through the 10, and then it got back above. This is where I added to my position yesterday because it held it for like 45 minutes, and I added it around 5:11. And then so now you can see a couple of times it's gone down through the 10 period moving average, and it's holding it so far. So how do you build something like this? And I'm going to show you how, and then you can decide if you want to use the 10 period moving average or if you want to use the 20 period moving average. Honestly, I would stick with the 10 because there are going to be many examples where you're not ever going to, a strong chart, you're not going to ever or a strong stock, I should say, you're not ever going to see that come to the 20 level. And we can look at some few examples maybe from this morning. But let me show you how to do that. We're going to launch a new, and you want to be alerted, so it's going to have to be alert window. It doesn't have to be an alerted window. You could use it in a top list as well. But I would kind of want to see it when it hits pretty quick. So what we're going to do, start from scratch, and first we're going to build the filters. And I'm not sure what your parameters is going to be, so you can always change these. Right now, for me, I would trade stocks over $5. If you want to make it $3, you can. These are all subjective, so these can all be changed to fit your style. Not going to put an average daily volume, but let's at least put volume today. Let's say it has to do 200,000 shares. Okay. If it's strong, it's going to be doing 200,000 shares. Okay. Now, we want strong stocks. What filter do we want to use to show that the stock is at least strong? Well, change from close typically works. So we can come in here and we can do change from close, percentage. And let's say the stock has to at least be up 2%. Once again, you can change these. If you want to see just really strong stocks, you can put 5%. That's up to you. We're just going to keep it simple to make sure we're getting lots of stocks coming through, hopefully. And now all you got to do is in the case of a 10 period moving average, you want to come in here and you want to select, you just go to search and you can put 10 SMA. And there you have it, change from 10 period SMA on a 15-minute chart. So what we want to do, we want to make sure it's touching that line or at least about to possibly touch that line. So what I like to do is just come in and bracket this. And what I'll do is just add a filter, and then I'll come in and put negative 0.05 on the minimum side and 0.05 on the max side. And now we know we have this bracketed. Okay. So any stock that is up 2% on the day and coming back to its 10 period moving average, we should be alerted to that. Now, what do we want to use for an alert? What I would recommend is probably using a 5-minute low. Okay. Typically, if they're coming down to their 10 period moving average, it's a strong stock. It's going to be making a 5-minute low. Okay. So let's come in here and just do 5-minute. There it is. I'm going to add that alert. And then let's see if there's any more filters we need to add here. You could always come in and do a relative volume, to find stocks that are doing, volume and not just slopping around on no volume at all. I would highly recommend that. But once again, you could leave that out if you don't want it. Relative volume. And let's say it's a Friday, so I'm going to put this kind of low. Let's just put it at 1.5. So we know at least it's doing 1.5 times its normal volume at this time of day. Now let's add some columns. Okay, let's price. Uh, Change from close. We want to know how much it's up on the day. I definitely want to know what the relative volume is. And I might want to know the 5 minute volume. If it's hitting a 5 minute low, I would prefer to be doing that on lower volume. So if I look at the 5 minute volume in the 5 minute and I see it doing extremely high volume during that 5 minute period, maybe I back away and maybe I don't want to take a shot at that time. Uh, and you don't need a whole lot of data points here. We know it's going to be touching the 10 period moving average, so we don't need to use that. All right, so let's just fire it away and we'll just call this strong stocks. Let's see. 10 SMA 15 minute. So no, it's not the daily SMA. Let's see if we got anything today. And first thing I always do when I build a window is just go and look at history. See what's been happening today. Not a whole lot. Of course, it is a Friday, and yes, I'll show you where you can find the I here in just a moment. ACH. Okay, this took a while. Let's start down here from the bottom. SGML. That's a kind of a nasty one. Oh man. Yeah, I mean it had another gap up today, but this has already had a big move. But you can see you were alerted when this thing came down and touched the SMA. Now it did touch it here, but it probably wasn't a 5 minute low at the time. Have to look into that because it's showing me there. PPI. There you go. It did touch it. Let me make sure I got these. Something's wrong in here. It seems like I'm not getting this sooner. That seems about right. 5 to 10. $10.55. I'm not sure why I'm getting these arrows. Something's not right here. Why is that showing me right there? Okay, that makes sense. Right here. Came back and touched it right here. Of course, bled through it. Ugly looking daily chart. You could also add some parameters in here that you don't want to see it when you have charts looking like the death marches like this. Um, that one's definitely working at 11:08. Let me try something here. No, the arrows. No, you should get arrows when it's triggering your thing. Now, I'm on a new developmental version, so I'm hoping we're not having issues yet right now. But okay, this is right. This is right here. That was a perfect example. Strong stock, and it's coming down and tagging that SMA, so you would be alerted. I think the problem we're seeing right now is a lot of the action we're seeing in the market. I've noticed that stocks that are strong are some really beaten up stocks. I noticed some home builders had a nice bounce and now they're pulling back. So probably not the greatest day to test this. I think it is, working just fine. It's just, it's just the market. These things are only going to be as good as the market is giving us. But okay, that one's definitely right. FP. Okay, now this is right at 11:10:41. Yeah, it probably has something to do with this 5-minute low. I'm gonna try something. I'm gonna put a 15-minute low in here too as well, because I'm using a 5-minute chart with a 15-minute chart with a 5-minute low. So let me 15-minute low in here as well. See what happens. Always use a couple of alerts to get verification. Okay, just got one there. Yeah, that's the one. I don't understand. Oh, you're right. My bad. I did not realize this was a Holly trade. Thank you. Thank you, Plaza. Yeah, that was a Holly trade. That's what was throwing me off. But typically, when you're using your an alert, you also will show you where it went off. It may be this developmental version. So look, take a look. See, I'm using this BCTX right here. It shows me the alert. I don't know why it's not doing it on the downside here. Okay. Thea, if you're in here, yeah, I mean, I think you are. I This is working just fine. I it's just kind of the market we have right now. It's a sloppy market, and yeah, we're just not getting very good signals today. The market's pretty much flat on the day. Had we seen, it's Friday, a typical Friday, sloppy, but this will work. You can use it, and you can always come in here and do what I did with the 5-minute chart. Uh, it's working. I just don't know why we're not. We should be getting arrows on the downside. These little red arrows when it's coming. It's kind of bugging me a little bit. Now see, Pulte did it. Okay, that's not a Holly play. That's what we're supposed to get on every one of these. Now we're getting them. Now we're getting them. Perfect. So this is working. I mean, like I said, your everything you build is kind of dependent on the market conditions. Okay, we're not in earnings seasons. We're about to go into earnings season. There's not a lot of news today. There's just not a lot of strong stocks actually, and the ones that are kind of stocks have been bouncing off the bottom. But I will share this with you. Let me put it back on real time. And and once again, if you want to you do the 20, that can be easily be done. Let me just show you what you got to do. All right, just come in here and do search 20 SMA. Scroll down and you can find the change from 20 on a 15-minute chart. Just add filter, and then you just bracket it the same way I just did this 10-period moving average. So easy to do. Okay, so you can do the 20, you can do the 10. Maybe you want to even do them both. You can you can use them both if you want to. But that's what you would do. And I will share this with you. Okay, we just had another one go off right there. So I think what it's doing, it's when the 5-minute candle has to complete, and then you'll get the alert as immediately after that. That's why it looks like sometimes. See, once again, I don't know why that arrow indicator is coming in so late on some of these. It's probably my dev version. I'll let them know that it's taking a while for that arrow. There's Pulte, but this one, no arrow yet. Strong stock pulling back, and so it's definitely working. So we'll share this, and All right. Hope you like it. And trust me, it's going to work really good when you have a lot of strong stocks and they're pulling back to those levels. Call it pullback to 10. And there you go. All right. Where do you find the eye? The eye. Here's what you want to do to find the eye. You want to go to new, launch a docked channel bar. Okay. It's the new channel. And really excited about this, guys. And you just want to go to the TI Trader Eye. It's a little eyeball. All right. You can run some races if you like. Um, there's only 4 stocks in there right now. And what I would do, honestly, this is what I do because, honestly, if you run a lot of docks, okay, there's a chance that you're going to start causing some drag on your system. But the key is you just want to, if you just want to just follow the stocks, just find the eye down here, the top list, and just save it. Just save it to your cloud. Boom. And then that way you can just bring it up and have it in your layout if you want to just see the stocks that we're recommending on a swing trading time frame. I'm really excited about this. See, this is my watcher. There's a few I missed. Well, this RYN was on there yesterday, so I didn't add it again today. It was on there yesterday, and now you're seeing some movement. CTVA was added today. It's nice looking chart. If that sector remains strong. Some of these didn't make it. I had some gold in there. The ones that did make it gold, looks in GOLD looking good on the daily there for a potential move. Of course, I think it would help if gold follows through today. Gold's been in this tight range for a while, and it did take out about a 2-week high there. No, maybe not quite 2 weeks, but so this one is setting up for a potential move. So that was added yesterday. It was added yesterday around 180.35. So up a buck from yesterday add, and hopefully some continuation there. I just threw in this TCN, and I may have been a little bit premature on this. I did buy this in my account at 1553, I believe, right about here. I like the way this is setting up. If you look at the this level it came back to, let me just get these alerts out of the way, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Now, this is not a very wait, I don't want to do that. What are you doing? Yesterday, look at that, came down right there to that level and put in what's called a little bottoming tail. So I'm anticipating that this may build off that and have, it's pulled back all the way from the 1720 level all the way down to the 1550. So nice little pullback and sitting on some nice support here. So kind of liking that one, but boy, it doesn't do a lot of volume. So be careful. It's not one you want to just load up on, but may have a bounce here pretty soon. I can't see the eye watcher is not going to do you any good, Iris. I'm sorry, because this is a personal. Okay, this is going to be the eye is going to be where these plays come in. What I notice, okay, here's what's happening, Iris, and the reason I don't want to do that, because I know we have a lot of new traders that come on all the time looking for ideas. And when we first started testing this, we were just dropping everything in there in the AM. And a lot of these setups are predicated on a reversal and a bar reversal. And if you're just throwing these setups for everybody to look, it's going to be very tempted for everybody just to, oh, they like this one, I'm going to go ahead and buy it, even though it looks, it needs to do a bar reversal or a breakout of a resistance level. So this is just my personal one that I take our ideas and then I will add them to the eye. I think it's going to be, because what I was noticing and when we first got this going, even though we had some great trades in there, there were a lot of red because these things didn't trigger. Okay. And you got to be careful if they don't trigger. Now, what I would do, if here's what you should do when we throw these ideas out, because a lot of these things are repeats. Kind of like this gold was in there for a few days. GDX didn't make it in there today, but it was in there uh, on this last 2 days. It's been in there. So when you see these things, you might want to, because they're going to change the next day, right? And we're going to have a whole new list. So you might want to just what you can do is just take these ideas, keep your little spreadsheet, save content as, and it will save it as an Excel file. So keep your little spreadsheet if you want to save some of these ideas, and then that way you can mark them up and put your price alerts and things like that. Because a lot of these ones were, I mean, one of the first days was Twitter. I had Twitter in there from back over here on this day, and just had a beautiful move in that thing. So there's been some great calls from all the traders here. I'm kind of the one managing, but they have the ability to go in and put ones in there. Uh, but I don't see them. No, but you're going to see the ones that get entered into the eye, Iris. Yeah, I like I said, they're uh, maybe in the future we come up with a way for you to see all of them. But I'm going to be honest with you. It can get, if these things don't trigger, they could be a fail. For example, AMC was one I was watching back on this day for a possible, reversal. Okay, it was in my eye watcher, but only if it took out that high. You can see my price alert in there. It never did. So why do I want to throw this in for everybody to look at and say, oh, he thinks AMC is going to, or they think AMC is going to bounce. I'm going to go ahead and buy it now. It's lower. That's not what we want to do here. Okay. Oh, the spreadsheet access again, Robert. Uh, yeah, just highlight your. Well, you can highlight all the data points you want, or create your own data points in your spreadsheet. But what I would do would just be highlight, right click, save content, not save as. It's save contents, and then you can. It'll be saved in an Excel file, and I think that's on your only option. Um, So I'm sure if you use Google Sheets, you could probably figure out a way to upload in them into Google Sheets as well. You got it? Okay, perfect. Andy, you don't buy swing just because it pops on the scan. Of course you don't. They're ideas. Okay, you use. First of all, we're not telling anybody we can't. Legally, we cannot tell anybody to buy anything. Okay, but what these are ideas. Okay, that over 100 years of experience of traders here have been trading. And no, we can't tell you to buy, but we can present really good ideas, like this, CVA, and this one from yesterday looks like it wants to go to all-time highs now. Trying to think, this was in there yesterday, but it's kind of failing. Hold on, just real quick. UEC was the best one from yesterday. Still in that one. That was a call from yesterday. Potentially a go, pause, go here, and it did tickle that all-time high. If it gets back above that, I'm not expecting it to today. A lot of times after these big moves, you have what's called a spinning top, a doji, as the buyers and sellers battle it out. But I love the way it's acting so far today. I did mention I did buy that TCN in my account at 53, I believe. Here's a little trick you can play. Now, I bought this. I got a bad feeling here, but what happens is a lot of times these strong stocks from the previous day before, there's a really good chance they're going to continue, or in most cases they're going to put in a spinning top. But watch these things. A lot of times what you'll get on the in the open is get some, I bought this at 30.03 this morning in my personal account. Just like the way it's setting up. Once again, all-time high. Could have some continuation. This TZA is just a hedge I've been having for a while now. I really hope sometimes when the market starts getting strong, gold will start getting hit. I hope that doesn't fall back. Perfect Circle, how you doing? Best way to blow up an account is to take a position off an alert. Yes, you get without caring to do technical analysis. You're true. Perfect Circle, and a lot of times, watch those first bars of the day. They can be really tricky. Remember, especially if you're swing trading. I mean, you're looking to be in these things for 3 to 5, depending on what style of trader you are, 3 to 5 days, maybe even 10 to 20 days. That's all subjective. I like to catch the meat of the move and just may keep a tiny bit, to see if it works for me. But I'm one that likes to move on to the next trade. Let's see. Oh, that thing got nasty. I'm not sure what it is. Speaking from experience, yeah, I think we can all speak from experience. Yeah, I get caught sometimes, looking at this, like looking at momentum, especially, and just if you ever, feel yourself kind of, I mean, everything should be done in a kind of calm way, almost like it's a business. You don't want to get too excited, like it's a game. And if you feel yourself, getting exciting and making emotional trades, back away, because more than likely, anytime you get emotional, you're not gonna think right. Uh, yeah, all time highs. That's easy. Just probably want to do a top list, something like that. And as a matter of fact, I think I may have one. Let's see. All-time high, a window right here. Hadn't pulled this up in probably decades, but here's an A window. Okay, they're hitting a high, and all you got to do is look. Okay, this is ones they have to be doing that. They do at least 200,000 shares a day on a month average. Position and lifetime range. That's the key filter right there. Okay, you just use 100 in the minimum. Okay, every range has a range from 0 being the low end of the range to 100 being the high end of the range. So if we very simple to build. You'd like 500,000? We could do that. Let's see what we got today. A lot of stocks hitting all-time highs. There's healthcare sector doing well. You can see a lot of these are extended, not my style. I mean, it may work. They may continue to go higher, but I'm not one to chase several candles. But definitely some momentum. A lot of healthcare I'm seeing. Low volatility ETF. insurance and brokers, a lot of healthcare. Yes, I'll share it. Let's see. Let me put it back on real time and save and share. Petroleum refinery. Yeah. Yeah, there's definitely technology hasn't been doing very well. It's a couple of times I've tried to play some bottoms on some of that technology. And I usually look for a setup, yeah, but I'm usually scalping out quick. Uh, most of it, and then I'll hang on to some of it, and I end up getting stopped out of it. It's just not working. Yeah, those pullback scans, I would use those more for like day trades. Uh, I will kind of look for pullbacks. Well, a great example this morning was this CTVA. Uh, I Steve put this one in there, and he was getting all excited this morning, and uh, I said we got to be patient, man. It's going to pull back, and so this is an example where even though I wanted it as a swing trade, I wasn't going to chase this bar and buy it, way up here through 60. No, I wanted a better price, and I got like $1 better price just by being patient. I find they typically, especially those early morning pushes like that. Like I said, don't get excited. Fear you're going to miss it. Worst case scenario, if you ever miss one, is you don't lose any money. Yeah, you may miss out on a trade here or there, but at least you're not chasing a wick and then getting emotional and it's about to go to lows and you get out, and it's a swing trade and you want to let it work for you. But you'll find me playing setups like this RNA from the other day that are setting up versus chasing something after 2 or 3 day moves. Like I said, some people do that. Some people wait for highs, buy it, sell higher. Those are usually people that are playing pretty small size and going to let it work for them over time. They may have a 10% stop or something like that. And Sean, who used to be with us, is that way, right? He'd buy something and use it like a 20% stop. But he's looking for, possibly a, 50% move. So, not me, man. If they don't do what I think they're going to do, I usually cut them pretty quick. Like this TCN that I bought, I'm expecting it to do a bar reversal, and I definitely do not expect it to go to yesterday's low or break this 50. So this is one that if it doesn't do what I expect it to do, I will get out really quick. But if it does do what I expect it to do, there's a good chance definitely in early. A lot of people will wait for it to get above, 1620 up here. But me, if I see this setup and sitting on nice support, I'm expecting it to hold that support. And if it doesn't, I'm out. Come on now, gold. Don't you just hang in there. I am long some silver I bought the other day at 50. I think I bought it, yes, at 56. That's where I bought that. A lot of times, what I'll do if gold's breaking out, a lot of times silver will have a bigger percentage move as it kind of plays catch up. Technically, it needs to get above this 23 level, but I like my price. Actually, added some today, so my average now is probably closer to 65. Yeah, you won't see a lot of biotechs in the eye. You probably won't be see any until unless they're like a big company that has a big pipeline and not going to be affected by some clinical trial. I'm Plaza. Good question. I've never been much of a VWAP guy. Occasionally, I'll put the anchored VWAP, on something. See if I can find a good example of uh, anchored VWAP. Okay, this is kind of a multi. It's been bouncing off this multi-month low right here. So what I could do is take it and do. Let's say I want to do an anchored VWAP from this low back in January. I would. Where'd it go? It's in there. It is. Click on that and then find this candle. And what it's going to do is going to use the close of this candle right here, and it's going to draw me an anchored VWAP. And I don't know which color it is. It's purple. So here's a great example. Let me make this big so you guys can see. Let me pull up my Epic pen to even highlight it. I know it's not your question. I won't. Uh, I won't definitely trade. Off it. But if I'm in a stock, I would like pull this up occasionally and take a look at it. And you can see right here. Look at this anchored VWAP right there. It held, and right there it held and bounced right at that anchored VWAP. Now it's kind of extended and well above it, but um, still, that's the way I like to use VWAP. I don't look you. First of all, I don't day trade anymore. I'm more of a swing trader, so uh, I don't use the intraday VWAPs. But those anchored VWAPs can come in really really handy. Yeah, but I don't use one in my let me get rid of this. That's my old one. I don't use a VWAP in my intraday because once again I'm not trading on the intraday. Now I will obviously, like I showed you in that CTVA. I think Steve joined me too. We both were sitting there talking about it, and we saw the sector was strong. We saw CF and Mosaic and doing well, and this is a pesticide ag company. So uh a great example of possibly using an intraday for an entry, but from here I'll just play the daily on it, the daily chart from here on out. Yes, let me Steve showing. This is my the eye watcher. So let me show you what I do. Okay. These are our ideas each morning. And if you go back in here, you're going to see some pretty decent ideas that, that we dropped in here. So, and each day I'll basically scrap this and we'll start building another day. Okay. And so tomorrow morning or Monday morning, what I'll do, we'll have a new day here. I'll just copy and paste these into my back office uh, or my symbol list. Okay. And then what that's going to do is populate in my eye watcher. Okay. I have this tagged to my symbol list called the Eye Watcher. You can see it's personal. Okay, that means you guys don't have access to it. Now the eye is different. Okay, the eye is, if I go to configuration here and symbol list, you're going to see that this is the trader's eye. This is a global symbol list that you have access to. Okay, and we kind of want to do this for our own record too, guys. Okay, because we're going to be monitoring these and see how well we're doing. Okay, so if we just throw all our ideas into the eye and let you guys see everything we're looking at, first of all, you're going to be looking potentially at a lot of red, because a lot of these setups are based upon triggers. Okay, so there's just nothing we can do. Maybe we can add something in the future where you guys can, see them all. But it's like this X, for example. Okay, I like the setup here. Okay, look when the trigger was. It did a bar reversal this morning in the first 15-minute bell. Okay, I can promise you this: had everybody had access to this, you would have probably tons of traders just rushing in and buying that first green bar, only to see it boom, just straight back down. So we would kind of like to manage these, uh, because if these are going to be our ideas, we'd like to see the majority of them work. Okay, so if we're throwing in things that really we don't consider to be a trigger, they're not going to work. And so I hope you, yeah, the eye, Iris. Let me show you again. Go to new, go to dock channel bar, and click on the eyeball, the trader's eye. And if you're like me and don't want to pull up a docked window, for those that maybe just be sitting in their office looking for swing trades, maybe they just want to have this docked window up all the time, because there is some value in this eye on the SMAs. You can find out, where stocks are trading at. Like we know this GLD is just above its 10-period SMA on the daily. TCN is not. So maybe if you're looking at this, you may say, well, I want to see this get up above this 10 SMA. Or what many people, I'm sure, will do, will just take this window right here and duplicate into free floating window, and now you have access. You can just save this to your cloud. Boom, just click save, and now you don't even have to pull up the docked window if you just want to see our ideas that are coming through. Yeah, Plaza. I'm very aware of that. Yeah, I am very aware of that. You're really in a tough position if you throw everything out there. You're correct. If you throw everything out there and a trader trades something off something that you're just watching, yeah, they're going to blame you. Well, first of all, there's not going to be any blame, because once again, these are ideas, and these ideas are subject to market conditions. That's why algorithms are so tough, because uh, they may work great in back testing, but the time you try to implement them, all hell breaks loose in the market, and stuff that's you know not uh, in your algo for whatever reason. Maybe it's the wrong sector. Maybe it's just a bad bad stock. Maybe the market's just getting destroyed. It, Algos they have not been able. There's so many variables in the market that algos have a hard time. Now they perform well, if you're in a nice trending market over time. But as soon as you try to implement them, that's when things change on you. Give me a good trader over an algo any day, is my personal opinion. Now that being said, you know technology does so many things that better than me, but I like to be in control of the technology. Trade of the week dilemma plaza. Yeah. Yeah. Trade of the week. Yeah. Steve has to go through this, and that's tough because, well, first of all, I kind of powwow with him every Saturday morning, and yeah, we talk about this. It's like you pick a stock and you have no idea what the market conditions are going to be like on Monday morning. It's kind of tough. There you go. See, like this right here, somebody, I don't know who did this, but this thing has done 31,000 this morning. Somebody threw this in my in our sheet, and yeah, I don't want somebody jumping into a low volume biotech. GameStop was in there today. Ugh, yeah, that's probably one I won't throw in there. I'm sure that was Barry. And also Fridays, you're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna see a whole lot of stuff, on Fridays. There may be some days where you get a dozen of ideas, but typically on a Friday, you're probably not going to get a whole lot of stuff. GOLD's trying to lift back up here. If I can just get gold, quit bleeding. Yep, that's true. Ooh, it's a nice look at this Brazilian ag stock. That was a nice move today. I actually saw that on my thing, but I was like, when I start seeing all these little Morse codes, but that was actually a nice setup going back over here. Yeah, yeah, we have that, Steve. We have that. That's a good point. In our dock, we do have the dock channel bar. Of course, there's only 4 cars today, but like an example of yesterday where there was like 10, you may have. Uh, but what he's talking about, yeah, you could always pull out this race as well. But we do have the ability to run the races. But yeah, four 4 cars. I mean, but I was noticing it yesterday. I think we may have had. Trying to remember how many we got in there yesterday, maybe 5 or 6. But when I was testing it, I was putting a lot of stuff in there. No, no, no. I don't use my style. I look for setups, potentially explosive setups. Uh, Probably not as much. This swing trades, you're probably not going to find a lot of the. I mean, some of those in there just because uh, some of those setups can be, although I did put that UEC in there, and that was a kind of an explosive move yesterday. Um, so no, you're gonna, but that's a beautiful setup. Now this is one, a lot of times, but that first bar was, when you get that, there's just nothing you could do. I mean, even if I had it in there before the market opened, then more than likely, you're not gonna catch this thing to probably 505 or something like that, and it still pulled down below five. Still gave me an opportunity to buy that. So, yeah, it's a big for all traders. Is that the idea that you're gonna miss it if you don't grab it now. Is you gotta be patient. Just like in that entry that I had in, the CGA this morning, just like Steve and I's our entry in this CTVA this morning. And there's nothing wrong with anticipating. Okay, this is where uh, just hundreds of thousands of years of watching markets and screen time. I mean, a lot of people would probably wait, for the bar reversal. I think I told Steve at first. I said, well, if it trades at 525, I'm going to buy it. And then we both started talking about it. And we saw CF going to highs and Mosaic going to highs, and just yeah, got that one kind of early. Especially, guys, especially in this market. Okay, wait for your move. EVGO, I've traded this one very well, and this is one that's kind of on my radar again. It's still setting up above all its moving averages. This is one that's probably going to be on the list come Monday. Okay, it's sloppy. It can be violent, and I've been buying this thing when it pulls down to these moving averages off the 20. Boom, boom. I think I bought it there. I haven't bought it recently because the market was so nasty on this day, but this is one that I'm definitely watching. I'll probably pull this down here if it takes out that 3-day high, you know, uh, and these EVs get hot again. This is one that's been kind of a nice little mover, even though it's holding its moving averages, which is better than I can say for a lot of those stocks out there. But the point I was making, in this volatile environment that we're seeing right now, especially for swing trading, there's no reason to chase. Okay, be patient. You'll get your prices. Yeah, yeah. That UEC was a nice little setup, and setting up for a potential. You had your go. You had your pause. Okay, you're at all time highs right here, which it wicked through this morning. And yeah, this has the potential to be a really strong another go pause go. Probably not one I'll put again into the uh I'm kind of scratching my head on some of these you know that we were offering up really good entries. Why do I want to sit there and offer, and say buy it again if it goes through 586 on Monday? It's like, if you miss them, same thing with this, this RYN. I thought about buying it today. I said, well, it was in there yesterday, so I'd love to see this go back to highs. If it takes out that high right there, your next level of resistance is above it, right at 26. All right, let's take a look at the market here in the closing minutes. Spies, trying to definitely digging in back above that 200 to see what happens here. Hughes, not so much, well below their 200. Of course, we know the tech stocks, but bouncing off the 50 for a couple of days. And IWM, the weakest of the three, still well below all their moving averages there. 200's way up there. And that's the one I'm short. All right. About that time, isn't it? It jumped up on me. I'm long TZA Plaza. I've been long for a few days now. So bought it on this day right here. I added some on this day. So probably my average, it's all jacked up right here because I've been jumping in and out. You can see this is not right. In my personal account, it's been 2 buys, probably an average of around 30, 31.85 or 86 or something like that because I bought the first one pretty quick. Yeah. So.
Andrew.
Oh, you back?
I'm back.
All right,
You can
Barry.
keep going if you want, but
No,
otherwise I'll just, okay.
no, I'm ready.
Okay, then I'll start sharing my
Let me
screen
just
right
stop
now.
sharing here.
You don't even have to stop. I don't think you're
Okay,
even have to stop. Yeah.
perfect.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you, buddy.
Have a
Appreciate
good
it.
weekend. Have a good
Bye bye.
weekend. Bye-bye. All right, everybody. I'm now back. Sorry about that. Little delay there. I'm all back. You should be able to hear me in YouTube now. And I'm just looking now. I'm going to pay a little more attention to Zach's scan, see if we get any toppers or bounce plays. Market is market's kind of resting for the last hour or so. Quadruple C. I saw that one a few days ago. Let's see what it's doing right now. Quadruple C, 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 C. Oh, not good. All right. Presents clinical data. All right. Boy, a lot of times, these guys, it's almost like, wow, look at this. It's almost like releasing a financing news during market hours. I mean, couldn't they wait? Imagine if you're just in this trade here. Okay, not bad, not bad. And then you make up your mind at the end of the day if you want to hold it or not. But now they've released this data, and obviously, market is not reacting well to it. Well, you know what, Harvey? Unfortunately, trading is not for everybody. I'm not trying to be mean to you or whatever, but I mean, trading is not for everybody. It is not, it is hard. It takes a lot of time and effort to read charts, look at charts. Trade ideas is a tool. That's all it is. It's not the be all and the end all. I've constructed scans that work for my style of trading, but not every single alert that I get doesn't mean I pile into it. So it does require, some trading expertise. PIO, PHIO. All right, yeah, so this would not be showing up until maybe now because it's just over $1 and it just got halted. All my scans are less or $1 plus, so this would probably be showing up. Not in this one because the relative volume is too low, but let's see. Let's see what happens. 112, 112, I'm just looking right here, 112, 112, 112, 112. So the halt's at 106, 112, 112. I mean, could be a projected open. If it's a 5-minute halt, this will open at 105 plus 48 seconds, so almost at 106, okay? Well, okay, Harvey, did you take that, the free course that Michael offered? You know, starting off with what is a stock and all, did you go through all those videos? I mean, I tell people what I explicitly look for, but it may not be your trading style. Okay, and it just opened. This just opened. PHIO just opened. And CCC got halted on the way down, I'm assuming. CCC got halted on the way down. Wow. Nice alert, yes. Plus, Real has, I'm sure, mentioned 1,000 times about, the 15-8, the 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart or a 5-minute chart, watching that area right there. And that's an explicit way to look at, potentially how to trade. But you're not going to be told, okay, take this trade right now. Okay, take this trade right now and short it. Wow, this PHIO. Wow, what a move here. Is there positive data on PH 894? Actually, and IB is telling me no data I'm getting that error message, no data to display. Wow. I don't know what phase this is. I'm sure it's not phase 3, but Guys, keep an eye on Howl here. HOWL. Keep an eye on Howl. Now, it might be coming into a lot of resistance in this area. They're on the 615, but you know, it was a big mover yesterday, had the big move, but it did sell off. It got all the way up to 760. It closed almost $2 lower, but now at least it's above the body of that candle, above 6, volume picking up, HOLW. Phase 1. You know, guys, is BCRX. Now, it may not be as dynamic, you know, no, right now we're, what, 3 hours left in the market. It may not be that dynamic, but at that 1156, I believe that is the low here. Yeah, that's a low of 3 months ago. So it's right there. If it can somehow get through that, then you're looking at a low of 1072. So, I mean, there is that. Yeah, actually, yeah, 1056. You can see right there on the weekly chart, there's a low on the weekly chart and that same low on the monthly chart. All right, so Ruby's on the way down. Now, is it linked with that quadruple C at all? Or is it on its own? They're another one doing an update on a clinical trial and getting slammed here. This is, of course, we're seeing this from Zach's bottom scan, but ooh, the first alert, yeah, I mean the first alert. This is where it gets difficult. This, you know, 452 was the first alert, 441, 422. So my theory would be to wait to get back to 452, but that's too long. You know, it's 20 cents on a $4 stock. So for me, it's just too difficult for me to try to figure out what a bottom is. I mean, I know you can look at 5-minute Bollinger Bands and things like that, but you know, again, look at Ruby now. I mean, it's we keep getting these, you know, the bounce signal, the bounce alert, but to me, hey, it's going to bounce at some point. It'll probably bounce. I mean, though it's almost an all-time low. So, you know, at what point is it going to bounce? Hey, you know what's coming back, guys? Keep an eye on the SBFM. I mean, it has come back quite a ways. I mean, the low is down here at $6. Um, As Zach pointed out, I mean, this is a tweet that came from, and this is not a new offering. This is our March financing. The resale S3 is now effective. Please read below. So this was not a new financing. This looks interesting. I mean, look how it's breaking out now and some volume coming in. Look at the volume coming in. I mean, if this gains any traction at all, look at the volume coming in, guys. That's for the SBFM, of course. It's a nice little break out of here. And blue collar, that's why I don't look at any technical indicators, or hardly any, hardly any. Some of them are pretty easy, to find, the VWAP and 200-day. You can throw in that, the 5.8, the 15.8 and all that, but that's about it. I mean, I don't look at, and this is not a recommendation. I'm not just talking to you, of course, blue collar, but I don't look at anything else. People talk about stochastics and MACD and RSI and all that stuff. I mean, I have to admit, I'm blissfully unaware of a lot of it. I mean, but that's why we have so many different filters and alerts. There are so many different trading styles out there. Okay, so, and I'm certainly not ever going to say to somebody, you shouldn't be doing this or you should do this. You have to find out what works for you. And if this Gertley, whatever you're talking about, works for you, fantastic. Okay, so Yanni, all you have to do is go to my homepage. And I'll put the link in. Okay, so if you go to my homepage, click on my homepage link, you just ask the question, there's my link. If you click on my link, one of these sections are the scans, okay? So click here on the scans, and there it is, Zach's bouncers and toppers, okay? SBFM guys, I mean, you just see what's happening here. The volume came in. I don't know how far this is going to go, and maybe only a scalp, but man, now that maybe the news of, so it really wasn't a new financing, but it kind of appeared that way. But a financing kicked in. So this is really interesting now. Yeah, you see, and William I mean, he's got a different style. I mean, he may keep adding. This is not anything we would recommend, but it works for him. But you see what's happening here. I mean, it keeps making a new low, and now it's almost a lifetime low for Ruby. And this is, and meanwhile, PHIO, wow, what a move. I mean, 49%, 13 million in the float. I'm not in this one, but I did take the SBFM. No, I mean, it just look how interesting it was when it broke out over the 760 mark. How interesting that was. I don't know, it was interesting to me, but it wasn't just that, it was the volume. Look at the volume that came in. Yeah, I mean, to follow what Real is talking about, I mean, I know I joke about it, but Michael's little video series, I don't know how many videos there are anymore, but I mean, and when I always joke about it, and it says, what is a stock? I mean, that's what it starts out at. What is a stock? I mean, you're starting out trading. It might sound obvious, but yeah, all these different trading styles, you've got to understand what a chart is and what the candles can infer, in my opinion, anyway. And so, when you go run through his little video series, and he did this with his wife who had zero trading experience. Okay, next on the potential hit parade is XPON. 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 And again, this is I guess a recent IPO or a SPAC. Probably was a SPAC because that says its lifetime range is 10%. So, or an uplisting. I mean, I don't know anymore. It's hard to determine, but without really searching the news. But look at the daily chart. Yesterday it was 591 and 650, the high that day, 2 days ago. But look at BCRX, guys. Unfortunately, you know what? I just got slightly distracted and I didn't take this short. I wanted to take it at 1150. I mean, now look at the room it's got down to around 1070 on that monthly chart. All right, so if this doesn't keep going and if this doesn't go any higher, and it gets back down to 594, I'm going to stick an alert there and see if it gets back down to the original alert price. Now, all bets are off if it just keeps soaring higher. All right, so it did get back down here. Now, let's see if it holds underneath this 590 level for XCon. And what's the market doing? Market is starting to drift down a little bit here, so certainly the market's not going to help it, though. I mean, this is trading on its own, probably doesn't care. Announces full exercise of over allotment, so they must have done a financing of some sort. All right, let's see if this is going to fall from here, this X-Pawn. I'm looking at it just as a scalp really because I look at the bottom of this candle here, 566. And if it gets anywhere close to 6, I'm gone. Even the spread kind of, I was able to get a midpoint fill. So even though the spread was not great, I was able to get a midpoint fill on Interactive Brokers. But if this doesn't have the collapse right away, I'm gone. Not just not. Oh, okay. Spread tightened. Spread tightened. That's good. 80, 82 now. 81, 90. Don't like it. I'd like to take a look at the BCYC. That BCYC perplexed me for a long time. I think that's the one that had an IPO probably 2 or 3 years ago. There were some huge names behind it, including Goldman. I mean, huge, huge names. If it's the same, is that Bicycle or something? And I really thought, man, oh man, that could be something to hold. But it just didn't trade very much. Okay, Xpon, give me into the 60s and I'll probably exit you. Looking at that right there, that candle right there, 566. Let me quickly look at that BCYC. If it's the same stock I'm thinking of, man, Bicycle Therapeutics. Wow, no kidding. You wonder, wow. I mean, it's IPO'd back here, guys. This is the IPO way back here in 2019. Look what it did for about a year. Nothing, absolutely nothing. No volume, no nothing. And I love this one just because of who was involved in the IPO. Meanwhile, BCRX is floating down without me. I'm out of the Xpon, guys. I'm out of the Xpon. Turned out to just a little scalp, really. I was hoping it would get into the 560s. It may yet, but I mean, I don't want to. The spread is not great. 573, 580, too much on a $5 stock. Did I call it a bio? Xpon? I'm sorry if I called it a bio. Yeah, it's not a bio. If I called it a bio. Oh, I didn't check. Sorry, Tank. Oh, is it still halted? Because I'm not seeing the halt here. Okay. Yeah, it's not showing up on our. Okay, so I see 1172, 1172. Nothing. No real clue. It's just not showing up on our pulse resumes. It's possible that what happened is It halted almost immediately, but that's what I see. Whoa, Xpon, why did you do that while I was still in you? Here you go, XPON. Okay, I just didn't like the spread. But if you took it, there's your next area right there. 566 is the low. That's what I was kind of hoping we'd get to. And it is obviously there now, XPON. Man, Zach, do we dare on the BTAI? Here's the next high looking left is way up here at around 2068. Well, that's right. They're the ones with the 80 to 115 upgrades. Sure, why not? Or price targets even. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I have a very simple style of trading. I mean, that's why, being a momentum trader, only seeing stocks really near the highs or lows of the day, that allows me then just to keep looking left on the higher time frames to see what sort of room there is. Now, just because again a stock makes a new high or a new low doesn't mean I pile into it, but it keeps a lot of other stuff, out of my focus. My focus is really then how much room does it have still? I mean, if I wanted to go long this one, for instance, I'd be looking at BTAI and saying, okay, there's a next high looking left. If it came in a nice pattern, maybe basing a little bit. I mean, this is right now in a 5 minute. It's a chase. It's too much of a chase right now. But imagine if it were if somehow, and it may not, but somehow it just started to base here, just over 18. Okay, and just sort of hung around the area for 30 minutes, a couple of 15-minute candles, and then all of a sudden it popped on volume. We got a big volume bar. I'd be looking at that going, great, because the next high looking left would be, $2 away. That's all I do. I mean, I'm not saying it's simple, but I try to simplify things for me. Now, that's not everybody's cup of tea, though. I mean, some people want to only play pullbacks. Or they look for different things, and that's fine. You have to figure out, what you're comfortable with. And listen, I didn't, I didn't turn on the computer one day and start trading, and I thought, yeah, that's what I'm comfortable with. No, it took a lot of, it was a lot of hardship before I kind of figured out what made sense to me when I was looking at a chart. Now, look, I'm gonna, this might just take off without me. Well, it definitely came up on the topping plays from Zach. Okay, BTAI came on the topping plays. Who asked that question? Joey. So that's one. Um, okay, so that's one. It's also in my watch list, but it's not over yesterday's high. That's why it's not showing up here. Anywhere else? It showed up on the breaking up on volume, which another one I'm sharing. Okay. It also showed up here earlier, I guess, at 1313. Wow, this was I think yeah, well, it showed up here on the momentum scan at 1313. I mean, it was huge. But 1313, yes, it popped up to 14, but then it cratered. But now, now look at it. I'm sorry, this is BB. I'm sorry, wrong one. I'm sorry. This is BBAI, not BTAI. So, I mean, there are, number of scans, but probably really where I saw it was here on the topping scan from Zach. I'm afraid to look at now. BCY. Let's see, the bicycle therapeutics. Well, if you go back and look who was involved with this one, but you would have had to, you would have had dead money for a year anyway, and a little more than dead money for another year. Okay, it's really only here that month right there. When was that? That was January of last year. That it finally had some kind of a move. 19 to 26. Well, I shouldn't say that's what I thought it would be, but that's why you have to pay attention. The SBFM was a great little short trade, nice little percentage move in a very, very short period of time. But now look at it. So again, 3.9 million in the float. You cannot wander away from your computer. Well, let's see, the CCCCC, I don't know what time was it halted? Because we don't have the halt here. We don't have the halt. We have just the resume. And what may have happened, it may have halted like seconds after. And that's why sometimes the system just won't pick it up if it's literally within seconds. So okay, so this is shaping up to be a bounce though, because the halt's at 1172 and here's the projection. Now that can change. That can change, of course, but this is the projection 1250 from 1172 and it got halted on the way down, obviously. So it'll be interesting. There it is. It just opened, guys. But but then look, I mean, look at this. That was a brief that was a brief pop. So for all the reasons it was cratering, they're still in effect. But it must have resumed. But see, there was the resume, but that wasn't trading at 136. Well, I guess okay. Oh, I see. No, but we had a resume here. Anyway, it had to halt obviously soon after that. So you're saying it halted at 126. Yeah, it must have halted just after that, and that's why the system didn't pick it up. Yeah, and that's what I was saying, Dwayne. It's possible that the halt happens so quickly after the resume, and sometimes that happens. I've noticed that if it's so quick after the resumption, for some reason the system it just won't pick it up. Doesn't happen that often, but bingo, Denver. I remember when you said all you wanted to do was look at Zach's bouncers and toppers. And you said, that's all you were going to focus on. There's nothing wrong with that. See, the problem sometimes with being in a trading room like this is that you see ideas thrown around and you take a look and then you see, and then it, really moves and you think, oh man, I wish I had that type of a scan. So, you load that scan and now you're looking at that one. Then another one starts to move and it's not coming in on your scan. So you load that scan. You see where I'm going. You can have so many scans and get nothing done. Nothing done. So there's absolutely, I mean, listen, what if I just said, you know what? I don't care about anything else. I'm just going to follow these stocks, these ones. Not every single day am I going to get these marvelous trades. Okay. But, what if I got some marvelous trades 3 out of 5 days? I mean, you could live on that. I mean, that's the classic, right? I mean, the FOMO that is, talked about all the time, the fear of missing out, fear of missing out on any sort of a setup. I actually listen, I have too many scans going. The reason I do though is because I'm in a trading room trying to point out, potential opportunities, different types of setups. It's not just for me. If it were just for me, I probably only have 2 scans and that's it. IMTE, that's a crazy one. Also low float IMTE. Yeah, look at that. Look at that collapse. Pre-market, sorry, post-market. Well, I don't know if I can, excuse me, if I can believe that it got up to 21. But yeah, well, right now, the 2 scan, right now, well, I call this 1 scan, okay, the breakout and the breakdown, but mainly this one, the 10-day daily breakdown, I would be absolute until it stops working, okay, and still until it really stops working, so I'd be concentrating on that. And I probably just look at my watch list. I just probably keep an eye. I just don't have the time. I mean, to keep an eye on my watch list. And that'd be it. Meanwhile, back at Kezar, so this is working out. So again, what these numbers are telling me, the max P&L and the total P&L, okay? This is telling me that getting in at 1616 with 300 shares, this is in the simulator, the most I could have made if I got out right at the absolute penny, which it looks like it is right now. This takes a little bit to catch up. I mean, this is virtually at the high. So it's a great idea though to keep an eye on the max P&L and your total P&L. Now, if the stock's at the high of the day, these should be basically the same. But what happens if KZR starts to fall? Okay, then you're going to see your max P&L. That would have been okay if you could get out right at the very, very top. We're not ever saying that that's possible. I mean, it could happen every now and then, but probably not. I wouldn't beat yourself up. But if that max P&L, which is right now 211, if I allowed this to go down to back down to say 1640 or something, my total P&L would be way below that. Not good money management, right? Not good at managing my exits. So good idea to have this. And then when I finally do get out of the trade, then looking at the distance from the exit price, that's going to tell me when I get out of the trade, that'll tell me, okay, great, you got out of the trade. Where is it now in relation to where you got out, the price? And what you of course want to see is a nice big negative number. You want to, you want to get out at, 17. Now it's at back down to 16, something like that. So again, guys, practice in the simulator. Practice, practice, practice in the simulator. Again, I get the question all the time, not in this room, people find my email. How long is it going to take me? I don't know. I don't know. I mean, everybody has a different learning curve, and some people will never get it. I hate to say it like that, but some people will never get it. But practice in the simulator. Try to figure out, what kind of works for you. Are you good at playing pull? You want to play pullbacks to a certain level and take the trade there. See how that works. A stock, I thought you asked that question. Did Andy not tell you? A stop limit order? So are you talking about taking a trade at a certain price, KH? I just want to make sure we're I think that's what you mean, but I just want to make sure. Talking to somebody in our YouTube room. So you want to take a price, you want to take a trade at a certain price. Okay. All right, so I'm a bit of a disadvantage here because this is a new order entry, okay? I'm trying to figure out, okay, because what you have in your order entry is a big buy and sell button. Okay, it doesn't quite look like this. But this is what, if I can remember, I'll do it here and it's the same principle. So let me let's say I wanted to take RAD. Say I wanted to take RAD if it pulls back down to 730. So for you have two boxes. One is share price and one is stop. I think one box says price and one box says stop. Correct? Again, this is the new look. This is what you'll see eventually. But is that not correct? You'll have one box that says price and one box that says stop. Okay, good. So what you do is this: you put the price you want to get. If I wanted to take this at say RAD, if I wanted to take it at 732, I would put 732 in both those boxes. Okay, and then click the buy button, and you will see a blue line will appear on the chart as an example. So if you want to take a pullback, just put the price you want to take the pullback in and put it in both those boxes. Click on the buy button, and you'll see a blue line on the chart. I can do it here. I'm going to pick how many shares I want to do this at. It's just a little bit different, but it's sort of the same principle. I put it in these two boxes. I'm going to go limit, stop limit, and then I put it in these two boxes here. And let me just put $7, okay? But it's the same principle. For you, it'll be price and stop in both boxes. And then I'm going to click the send button. Or first of all, I guess I got to buy. Okay, and then okay, and you see on my chart, there's a blue line. You would put, well, again, in the price and the stop box, you put the same price in there, and obviously pick how many shares you want to trade. Okay, and then click your buy button. I'm sorry, I can't. I can't show you what it used to look like because I don't have it anymore. So you don't have you don't have a stop limit again. Did that work for you? Just put the same price in the, I think there's a price box and a stop box. Just put the same price in, obviously have the number of shares and then click the buy button and you should see a blue line on your chart. Now your stop now can be added. Sorry, the stop cannot, you will not, you'll add your stop once it takes the trade, but you should know where your stop is. On a conditional trade like this, but you put your stop in once you're in the trade. Okay, good. I'm glad. Sometimes it's difficult going from memory. And so if this executed down here, and as I always say, if you're going to take a trade like this on a pullback to $7, you have to know, number one, if it doesn't work, where you're going to get out, and that's going to share size you. So when you put that order in for the number of shares that you're taking at the pullback price, you know where your stop is if it doesn't work. And so if it takes the trade, at the say the $7 and your stop is 20 cents away, you add the stop in, but your stop is 20 cents away and you're risking $100 on the trade, then you would take 500 shares. 20 cents into $100 equals 500 shares. Hope you're out of that Ruby short, William. You must be out. So his CCCC even showed up in the in the 10-day daily breakdown scan, and it's of course an all-time low. Don't often see this happen, getting late alerts. Most of them are in the first hour. Most of them don't often get late alerts because most of the time you don't get releases like this. A study that has failed. You don't normally get them during market hours. Exactly. Normally, you're usually going to get this sort of stuff pre-market or after hours. It's, I mean, I'm not saying it, it happens enough, I guess, but don't often get it during market hours. That's probably the only so-called trading book I ever read was Mark Douglas. I mean, I read it so many years ago. Yeah, it's more about the psychology of trading. And then I think there's a sort of a Bible of candlestick reading, big, thick thing. There were no rooms like this. There were no, it wasn't easy to get information. You had to read it, buy a book and read about it. Man, it's tempting. There's the alert. I'm probably not going to do it though. I don't know. It's tempting. 1027. There's the alert. It's an all-time low. 10 is such a, for me anyway, a huge psychological number to break. This is the other one that was catching my eye, the ALLT. The reason I didn't like it that much was because, again, if you look left, what do we see? 685, and the low right there is 699. The low right there is 622. So, I mean, there is room, a little bit of room. 569 is the low there. I mean, can you imagine, guys, if this CCC information had come out earlier, pre-market, we would have had the collapse. We could have been shorting this, all day. Like, the BCRX. I mean, that is typically what happens, okay? That's typically what happens is they release data before the market opens. So you're saying for your style of trading, Zach, you're suggesting that it gets back up to 11, you're going long CCCC? Is that right? Or you went long at 11 and you got stopped out for a little loss? Oh, I see. Okay, I got you. And that, of course, is because it's from your bounce play. But again, too much of a difference for me. 13 down to 10. What are you going to do? Well, hey, listen. You know what? As crazy as it sounds, I'm going to put an alert at 13. If it recovers up to 13, it might. I mean, that's already going to be a $3 bounce. I get it, but who knows what might happen? So I'll stick an alert there and see what happens. So a stock not to lose sight of next week is this SBFM, okay? I mean, this was an all-time high up here, but actually look what it did after hours yesterday, got up to 1242. The news was it's a cancer drug, and you just never know. I'm going to stick an alert up here at 995. I'm going to stick a price alert there and see if next week it takes it out. I mean, it's a low float. That would be not, well, that would be an all-time high because we don't count the pre-market or after hours. Use the price alerts, guys. I mean, it's a powerful tool. Okay, it's just something that if you're not using price alerts, you're not using the program to its fullest. And it's so simple to do. You have to load your price alerts window, click on new, and then price alerts window. Okay, when you do that, sorry, just a question I had from one of the other traders. When you click on your price alerts window, this is what you're going to see. Of course, you'll have nothing in here. All these are these are IPOs that haven't been released yet. So So what happens, so notice I stuck a price alert. Just a minute here. Yeah, okay. So I put a price alert at 9.95 right there for SBFM. So if that happens, it's not going to happen today, but I mean, if it well, I don't think it's going to happen today. If it happens, what's going to happen is I minimize this window. I have this sorted on the triggered time column. So there's the triggered time. If this happened, now I'm going to show you, I'm going to minimize the window. I'm going to put an alert. This is fairly quick. This is a fairly quick moving stock. So now how I did it, you just go to the chart, pick where you want to put your price alert. Come on. You see the dotted line? Okay, so if I can correctly position it, then I just right click, create price alert. If that's not the exact price you want, then you just, change it. You don't have to put notes in if you don't want. I put the notes in for the IPOs because it's sort of a special situation. And then you just save it. Okay, and that's it. And there's a blue line which will appear on your chart. And if the price hits the blue line, it'll turn green. I mean, it's really that simple. So now I don't have to keep watching it. I can fade away. I can do something else. And then if I get the price alert, it pops up on my screen. Boy, this PHIO is still super strong, guys. And there's the 200-day moving average, 144. This is shortable for me also. Boy, this is tempting. 144 is the 200-day moving average. There's the VWAP, 134. Probably would like to see it take out the VWAP though. So here's what you do. Just, put an alert, say underneath it, 130. See if it breaks down through that. Okay, you see how the SBFM popped up on my screen when it hit the price alert? So now the next step, would be to click on the alert. Now you can see what's happening. And you can put a sound alert on it, just do the same thing, actions, put a sound alert on it. So you won't miss it. You cannot miss it. Even if like myself, I have a wireless headset. So if I wander away from my computer and I hear that, I know that sound, I can come racing back and see what the price alert was. So use the price alerts. No, no, Ital Trader, no. We don't even have the insider tab anymore. So the answer is no. And the reason why we deleted the insider tab is that the data was too stale. And unfortunately, putting it back, that option, I mean, we will eventually add it back, but it's on the back burner now. There are too many other things going on in trade ideas that, it's just not high priority right now. You don't have the insider tab anymore, do you? Oh, and it's still and it's still listed. Interesting. Okay, but it's very stale data. It's very stale data. So, but no, to answer your question, and I doubt if we'll have anything like that. Sort of the increase. Man, what version are you on? 3 point something? It's got to be 4 point something. Because we got rid of that inside tab a long time ago. Well, you know what? You can go here because this is kind of real time as far as I know. Certainly it's very up to date. Go to FinViz. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Go to FinViz. I don't mind, I mean, listen, we're not everything. Go to the screener and insiders, inside. Okay. Just click on inside and here you go. And what I like to do is I like to look at the buys. I don't care about the sells so much. Really? You find that other one better? Open insider? Okay, well, I usually look at this on the weekend, just to see if there's anything that's really standing out. Because remember, guys, I mean, yes, there are certain the stipulations, I guess, in this for the C-suiters that maybe they have to buy a certain amount a quarter, etc. But I'm not saying that's with every stock. But if I see some big insider buys, I think that carries way more weight than insider sells, unless it's a massive, everybody is selling. Because listen, people sell for all sorts of different reasons. Their kids now going to Harvard and they got to foot the bill. Okay, but seriously, but insider buys, if you're unless it's stipulated that there are a certain number of shares you've got to buy every quarter. Especially if it's directors. I mean, usually they're not affected, but if a director is looking at big insider buys or buying, I mean, nobody usually puts a gun to their head to do it. So I take a lot more stock in the insider buys and the insider sales. Oh, sorry, you're in off topic. You're not in off topic. Okay. Well, look at this ICVX. A suggested one just to keep. If you took a few shares and put a wide enough stop, who knows where this is going? I did not do this, so, but I pointed it out. Why didn't I do it? Mainly because I'm not a big swing trader. Yeah, she added the oops. ZNTL. Let's take a look at ZNTL. Hmm. Yeah, it must be data. However, if you look at the headline, look at the headline. And now it says positive data. Market says, are you kidding me? Seriously. I mean, look, great looking headline, right? You look at that positive initial clinical data. And the market just says, no way. And this just showed up on my scan. I have a $35 max, so that's why it wouldn't have shown up here. It just showed up. And when I say my scan, right here, ZNTL 3480. Wow. Ooh. I mean, that's why in a lot of cases it is good to know what the news is, okay? You know, a lot of people say, oh, who cares about the news? And yes, we don't have an absolute up to date, but you know, listen, that news actually happened at 1 o'clock. Okay, and if you've got interactive broker, so when you see something like this, and I don't know, maybe our yeah, same thing. I mean, it hit our news filter, our news. It's not like Benzinga or something that you're paying $150 a month for, but it's pretty darn close. And so it is interesting to know, okay, what is driving this down? Because then you start thinking, okay, it's already down a lot. Can it go down more because of that news? There's nothing 100% that that's going to happen, but some news is better than others in terms of what will drive a stock down. BCRX, case in point. You know, anytime you suspend a clinical trial, that's not good news. That doesn't mean this stock is going to be, you know, gone forever, but you know, today you take advantage of that. What is LLLP? I've seen it. I don't know what it is, but geez, look at these. Oh, yeah, right. This is Terran Orbital. So this was I guess this was a SPAC. Yeah, this had to be a SPAC. Boy, lots happening. Friday afternoon, guys. A lot happening. I always think that Friday afternoons are going to be lazy. No way. Lots happening. Well, now I see why you're looking at it too. So it's coming from your scan. So you're, again, you know, 650 was the first alert. We're now at 7. You know, we're 50 cents away. Now, that whole number may top it out. Let's take a look left. What do we see? 719 is the next high looking left. So this is, yeah, and Zach, but it's interesting because, I mean, that news was at 8 o'clock this morning or 7 o'clock this morning, initiating coverage. And this is what Zach is talking about, target at $22, okay? So that news came out really early. Did that have an effect? Well, no. I mean, in fact, it dropped. But now, for whatever reason, the effect is starting to happen. Yeah, TRD. I mean, I get the odd question, not so much in these rooms, but emails and things like, where do you think, what do you think oil's going to do? What do you think the market's going to do? You know, what do you think is going to happen next week with the SPY? What do you think? What do you think? And it's not that I'm totally unaware of what's happening. Of course, I'm aware, but I don't think about it. I don't dwell on it. You know, and mainly because I'm an intraday trader. So, you know, whatever happens on the day that I'm trading is all I care about. FSLY, that showed up in one of Zach's scans, didn't it? Wasn't it a topping? Maybe not. Yeah, it did. 1159, 1846. All right, guys, ALLT is on the way down. Also, we had that initial alert at 694. It's at 671 right now. Boy, this is you know what? They're not filling me. I'm not going to leave it in anymore. That uptick rule, I was trying to get it, and because it's down 10%, I left it in there for about 30 seconds and they wouldn't fill me. Went in at the bid, but they wouldn't fill me. So I'm just going to forget about it. Oh, there are way more people here, Willow, than in the YouTube room. A lot more active in the main room. All right, guys, 216, getting close to the end of the week for me on the mic. The room will be open until 3:30. And at 3:30, I'll put a YouTube link in and you can listen to Chris for another hour if you want. This is a super active Friday afternoon. Super active, guys. I mean, halts, resumes. Stocks making 10-day daily breakdowns later on in the day. Yeah, this is the main room, KH. The only reason we have a YouTube room is because it's easier for people to get into it. There's just basically one click and you're in. The main room, there are a couple more clicks you've got to do. I think it's worth it, of course, but all right, guys. Finally. Now this is where top lists help, okay? When you're not getting a lot of alerts, this is where top lists can help you. And I always like to organize them. Stocks near the high of the day, and also I've got this position in range, yesterday's range. So for instance, when I click on FPI, I know that FPI is at the high of the day, but it's also above yesterday's high, okay? So that can be pretty significant. Okay, it's an all-time high right now. FPI is an all-time high right now, as an example. And then on the flip side, this is IMTE. It's at the low, almost at the low of the day, and certainly below yesterday's low, IMTE. So you can track easily, the biggest gainers and the biggest losers, and kind of track them for a while and see if they either break out the way you want them to. Well, I'm very glad I backed off the CCC. I mean, it would have been okay for a brief moment in time. Little Carl Sagan reference. Yeah. Oh, it is sick. 31 to 38. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just, I mean, I just can't. I mean, okay, I suppose an argument to be made, maybe taking it at the 35, the high of that candle, and seeing if it kept going, put a stop here. But you're talking about a $3 stop, I mean, it's pretty whippy. DDL continues down now, guys. I had an alert here at 12:51, 5:56 to short, 5:35 now. Yeah, so when I look at this chart, the BCYC chart, I'm not in this short, but I'd be probably watching this 46.21 area right here on the 5-minute chart. Looks like there's, could be some support there, which is certainly far enough away still. But now if it cracked through that, look out below. Yeah, I mean it's right at that 200-day moving average, and it's still above the VWAP, and that's the PHIO. So here's a case in which a company released data during the day, and this time instead of the other ones that just crashed, this one just zoomed higher. Let's back this out. So the FIO, okay, a couple things. Obviously, the 200-day probably stalling it. 142, 149, 159. I mean, there looks like there's a fair amount of resistance, all the way up into this area. Huge volume, 90 times normal now. This does not trade. I mean, look at this, guys. There's the weekly volume, 28 million shares, okay? That's the weekly volume in this. 27 of it has been traded today. I mean, this did not trade. I mean, look, nothing, traded nothing until today. So there was not really there was no leak. There was no big clue that this was going to happen. Look at all the days that this was sitting underneath a dollar, which is pretty amazing. Not a clue that this was going to happen. Well, at least to people like you and me in the room. Of course, this has obviously gone through a bunch of reverse splits because at one point, this is split adjusted. This was a $400 stock. That's why it looks, even though it's popping today, it's basically still at the lifetime low, almost there, because the high was 400, 430 and 140. So, but hey, who knows? Maybe next week, maybe this is, it's what are you doing? Just a second, please. My cat. Just a minute. All right. But yeah, you're right. I mean, if this really takes this 200-day moving average out in a big way. I mean, it sort of has the look of the SBFM. The only thing is that the SBFM, I mean, that was a cancer drug. And so, I didn't really see this one back here as it came off 27 cents. Wow, HPQ, Mr. Buffett got a little early. Of course, he's got a year's time frame on these things, but HPQ starting to drop here now, guys. Of course, this is the news yesterday, the big news yesterday. Warren Buffett's stake in Hewlett Packard now. And this was the news this morning. And UBS put a sell rating on it. But again, you guys' time frame is way different from ours. So now look at the market. Ooh, look at the market now. Big red bar. So the Dow is still up. NAS is down further. SPY has now gone negative. And look at this big red bar forming now. Yeah, and there are shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Yes. Not many, 75,000, but there are shorts available. Now 72,000. Look what's happening. I think this is real time. So that tells me how many shorts are available. And see, now just another 1,000 were snapped up. This is Interactive Brokers, okay? Oop, some covering. There was some covering. I think this is real time too. I'm pretty sure this is real time. Again, this is Interactive Brokers, guys. Nothing to do with trade ideas. And you can just sort of see how it changes. The issue is the VWAP. Also, there's the VWAP. You know, I'd like to see it take the VWAP out too, which is at 137. So I think I have an alert set right there. Well, let's put it right here, 134. Because if this goes back, I mean, look, remember, this started at 89 cents. We've seen this a million times. These little bios, sub $1, they pop up and then they cruise right back underneath the dollar. I'm not saying that's going to happen with this one. I don't know, but we've seen it quite a few times. So that's why I'll stick an alert underneath the VWAP and see if it takes it out. Yeah, the 50-cent level. You know, my opinion of that again is, you know, I've said it quite a few times. Stocks under $5, the 50-cent level can be a bit of a barrier, psychological barrier to break, as you know, as the $1, the whole number can be. All right, guys, I'll be right back. All right, you may get your wish. PHIO continues to move higher. You're right. Well, look at the volume though. Look at the volume out of nowhere. Well, not nowhere. I mean, obviously the news, be that, doesn't really matter what we think of the news right now. The market likes it. The volumes is continuing to come in. Guys, just out of curiosity, how is the sound, how is the noise canceling working now? My wife is home and she's talking, and not as loudly, maybe as the other day, but any background noise? Nope. Okay, cool. Wow, that's amazing then. This is unbelievable software, guys. Again, I don't work for the company, but if they needed a spokesperson, I'd be first in line. Amazing. The CRISPR.ai, yeah, I mean it's amazing. I'm still waiting for Real to give me my money back from that Amazon purchase that he told me to do, but it's gonna probably take a long time. Check is in the mail. And I kid Real. I kid him. Well, it was picking up human voices though. That was the thing. It was not picking up any other. I could, pound on my table. Chloe could be barking. You guys wouldn't hear it at all. But it would pick up a voice unless you trained it to only listen to your voice. And that was the missing step. Boy, well, you might be getting your wish now, Zach. This is getting a little more parabolic. Oh, and they're gone. No, they're gone. They're all gone, guys. This is PHIO. They're all gone at Interactive Brokers. People just snap them up. Let's see if, oh, well, you know what? For entertainment purposes, let's see how much covering there is now. See, okay, 16,000 were just covered. Wow. And then they were snapped up. A little entertainment as we wind down Friday afternoon. That you'll hear, Robert. Yes. The thing about this, guys, is that the volume is picked up. I mean, certainly on the 5 minute, that's the biggest 5 minute bar, and this is going to turn into, what time is it? 2:39. This is going to be the biggest 15-minute candle of the day. Okay, so until the volume subsides, the enthusiasm is still here. Okay, so look at that. 3,000 became available and they were snapped up. These are people obviously with their orders in place, I guess. But you know, some people are hurting. I mean, from 150 to 180. Anyway, I'll stop that. Maybe they are TRD. Maybe they are. Well, it has been an exciting Friday. I had my doubts. If you're here in the pre-market at 9 o'clock, you know I hardly had any real big gappers or on the way up or down. My list was not that full, but boy, what a day it turned out to be. So at 2:41, so I'll be putting myself on mute at around 3. So one last take a look at my homepage. And listen, if you're a subscriber, you should download my daily breakdowns. Okay, so again, my link is here. And when you click on it, so obviously still you want to take out a subscription right now, join in all the fun. Easter 20. That's your promo code, 20% off the first month only or the entire year. Okay. If you're just starting out with trade ideas, please do this. Look at this video, 30 minutes long. Okay. But it's segmented. So it starts off with, you know, the download and installation, first step, first startup and login. Okay. Do yourself a favor and do it. If you don't do it, I can't help you. And again, we are really looking at making this mandatory before you do anything else. Okay, now more information on my homepage. You can, and this is all free. The trade of the week is free, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, free, and all the education. Okay, so once you've taken that, once you've gone through that 30 minutes, then you can take a look at the user guide. You want to dive into it a little more, you know, how to create an alert window, topless windows, price alerts that I've gone over, sound alerts on your different alert windows. You can put a different sound on your different alert windows. So when you hear a sound, you know which window to look at. You want to learn more about stock racing right here. Okay, so there's lots of information here. You don't have to dive into it first though. And then the full table of contents or full table of contents. Okay, I guess my window was too small, but it normally would be right here. And then it's all searchable. Here's that getting started again. I'm going to sort of get rid of the introductory lessons. I really think that what you should do is take a look at that video first, then you can go to the user guide. This is still okay. You know, it was text-based, it's a little bit stale, you know, but what is a top list? Build a top list, alert windows, creating them. But I think in combination, looking at that 30-minute intro and then going to the user guide to find out, you know, what a top list is and what an alert window is, I think that's probably more beneficial. Daily support. Again, Chris will be there in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. So when I do shut down the main room, I will, just before I do, I will put the link in. So you can head over there if you want to listen to Chris between 3:30 and 4:30. And what else do we have? The daily webinars. So next week we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. This week was Tuesday, Thursday, but you can sign up for them all right here. And the back to basics, you know, again, if you're brand new to trading, it starts off with what is a stock? All free. Everything is free. Obviously, the only thing that isn't free, my scan. So you have to be a subscriber, obviously. So I would really recommend you take a look at this, the 10-day daily breakdown and the 10-day daily breakout or breakout. Yes, please. You know, this is what you're going to see. Now, I may create a docking version of this. These are the individual scans, you know, and what I did was I put this into a docked window. So for instance, Zach's bouncers and toppers, they're not separate, they're in a dock window. That's what I mean. These I put separate because some people, I understand they don't want to short. So okay, can't help you there. But anyway, these are the individual ones. These are the four individual ones right here. And this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up and down and the gap up and down. I use these in the pre-market. And there's Zach's bouncers and toppers. The basic new highs and lows that you see are here. So a lot of information. A lot of information here in the Let's Get Started and these two sections right here, a lot of information. If you save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Well, this PHIO not over yet. Look at this from just the basic new highs, 129. Just the basic new highs. There's some tough filters in here. Look, there were only what, 6 alerts today in the basic new highs. We had a few more in the basic new lows, but there are some tough filters in here. Filter values. The relative volume has to be at least 8. That means it's really trading abnormally. And obviously the FIO, at 140, pretty abnormal. Well, William, I mean, I know your style, but boy, this we don't know where this is going. 13 million in the float. Just looking at uranium plays with that news. I don't see anything really happening with uranium. All right, guys. So I've got about 13 minutes left on the mic. So any questions, please ask them now. And I don't leave at 3. I'm still here, and I will hop on the mic if I have to. Yeah, still no shorts available. Interactive brokers. I would think that there's some short covering happening from IB anyway. That $2 might be too hard for it to crack. Hey, KJ, are you in the room? Uh, okay. All right, but guys, listen, anybody, is KJ, are you in the room? Are you in the room, KJ? Any chance? I mean, I might be able to address you right now if you're in the room. All right, guys, 2:53. So, any last minute questions? All right, guys, 2:55. So, what I might do, is it too late to buy FIO? Oh man, it's impossible to answer that question. I mean, I think two is maybe going to stall it. But listen, I mean, it's a little bio, 13 million in the float. They put out a press release. Remember where it came from, 86 cents, okay? There's a reason this stock was at 88 cents, 86 cents. And then out of nowhere they come out with a press release. This is a trader's dream right now, okay? The only way I would buy this stock is if it somehow based underneath two or right at two for a bit, and then all of a sudden we still got huge volume would come in. That's the only way I'd ever buy it. I'd be looking at shorting this though, and unfortunately there are no shorts available. Just a minute, guys. Oh, I'm sorry, guys. There's some internal stuff happening. I'd love to know if a guy named KJ, if you're in the room, if that's your nickname. I'll talk to you right now. Okay, I'll talk to you right now if you're in the room. I don't think he's in the room. Whew. All right, guys, 258. So where is the all-time highs lows scan? TRD, you can create, I don't know if I have, actually I do have one, I guess. I'll give it to you. And it's easy. I mean, you just create a filter, or you just use the lifetime, see if I've got it still. You just use, yeah, lifetime lows, lifetime highs, okay? I can give it to you if you want. This is a top list, all right? Share. So this is the lifetime high. It's just a position in the lifetime range. And then this is the lifetime lows. I'm sorry, the first one was the lifetime low. Second one is the lifetime highs. Yeah, it's alerting me still. BCRX is still alerting me. Oops. Wow, FIO. I mean, hey, listen, I mean, if this holds this, I mean, this is the type of stock that regardless of what we think about the press release, it's probably very fluffy, etc. Doesn't really matter what we think. This is the reaction to the press release. The volume is still huge. I mean, there's that last candle. I mean, it's still like, I mean, it's almost the biggest candle of the day. So the enthusiasm has not waned at all. Okay, so as I said, this is basing nicely underneath that two. Hey, if it pops up over two and on another big volume thrust, anything could happen to this. I mean, this could have some some amazing after hour action, even, after the market so-called closes. I mean, let's take a look now. Next high looking left is 183, 199, 208, 216 is the next high looking left, then 220, and then 240. So, I mean, it's, I don't know where it's going, but all right, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I think I'm going to stick on the mic for a while, but we'll put this in here on mute. Yeah, the shorts, so there's not been a lot of covering yet from in IB. There's those shorts, there's still shorts, there's people are still short, not a lot of covering. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute. Again, I'm here. If you need me, I will get back on the mic. Otherwise, I might try to do something on my own. Okay, guys, I put the YouTube link into the room. I think Chris is in the room now. Can you hear me? There he is. You can hear me now, Chris? Okay, at any rate, I put the YouTube link in, guys, into the main room, and I'm going to shut the room down now. If you want to head over there, Chris is, I think he's just setting up right now. So let me just get my script in here. So what a day! What a great day today. We'll open the room Monday morning at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. And remember, next week is a shorter week. We have a holiday on the Friday, the Good Friday. So have a great weekend, everybody, and we'll see you on Monday morning, 8 o'clock. So, Chris, are you? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me, Barry?
Now I can hear you now. Yep.
All right, I'm testing out a new microphone, just working out the kinks on it here. So, all right, I've got
Okay.
the stream on the screen, and
I see
you
that.
have a wonderful weekend, sir.
You too, my friend. We'll talk to you Monday morning. Okay. Bye
Sounds
bye.
good. Take care. All right, everybody, happy Friday. Just working out the kinks on a new microphone here. If you bear with me a moment. I know sometimes people tell me I sound a little bit far away, so just bear with me a moment here. Can you folks hear me now? Okay, so some of you say you can hear me and some of you can't. Interesting. And I can't hear myself. That's what's even stranger to me right now. All right, I'm pushing forward that you folks can hear me, and hopefully this new mic is working well. All right, perfect. That sounds like we're good to go. So, all right, everybody, happy Friday to you all. Been a heck of a week here, I think. for at least most people. Market bouncing all over the place, and today being, absolutely no different. So let's see, let's get into it. Talked the other day, I had taken a position in P10, sold a little bit of that today. It's really all I got going on at the moment. Another quiet day for me here. Made my famous or my TV debut here with Trader TV. That was fun. I got to fill in for Michael this morning, so that was pretty cool. The guys over there, really, really welcoming, professional crew. So very much enjoyed that. I messed around with some of the races that I've been running here. I threw my evening scan as a race, more shares and less shares on those. I kind of show you what I had going on here. So you see evening scan race, more shares, or less shares, more shares, like that. This is what I mean by it. I just want to take a quick look into the configure. And what I did was, stocks between 8 and 50, position today's range 75%. I put a relative volume of 0.8 to catch things maybe a little earlier on the volume, especially earlier, during midday. And then this one has a minimum share amount of 200,000 shares traded. So this is for the, earlier in the day stocks that are moving. And then this one here, closer to true form, the evening scan, and I upped it from $4. Stay away from those cheaper stocks. So again, $8 to $50, and then 75 on the position in today's range. Again, that 0.8 on the relative volume. It did 550,000 shares minimum here, and change from open. I wanted to see above from the open, but it should be anyways. I don't think I need that filter. And then position in 20-day range 75%, and they're both sorting actually on change from open, and they're both delta value racing on change from open, and so that's what I did there, and saw some pretty good stuff come through here today. Actually, I didn't get to trade any of it, but I'm excited to see how it goes going into next week. It's odd, these two were the first races that I ever made. And for 2 months straight, I was, doing really well with them. They were giving me some great ideas, some early ones that I wasn't, normally comfortable jumping on. But, all the same, they worked out well. I did some all right. And the last month now, so let's say January and February, they did real well. Most of March, it was really kind of hit and miss, not giving me the same quality of ideas. It seemed like the runners didn't give me opportunities to get in them like they did before with any kind of pullback. They just kept running, not kind of running. They just kept running. And, one of those people I really try to stay disciplined and not chasing. It was one of those things that killed me as an early trader, especially day trading. Chasing it murdered me. That's all there was to it. So I just haven't seen the same results from them as I have. And I haven't seen really, really great results from this one either. I had more hopes on this one. So anyways, excited to see what happens with these two races here. There's a lot of stocks that come through my evening scan that really made some huge moves during the day. And, I was thinking last night, I was like, what if I caught those moves earlier? And, a lot of them become a chase on swing trading. So I'm not looking at some of those, but it's happening, those moves during the day. So check it out during a race. So thanks, Terrical. Appreciate that. Can I do a regular slot? I mean, it's not up to me. That's going to be up to the folks at Trader TV. I would love it if they brought me on for a regular slot. Maybe, Michael on Fridays and me on Thursdays. So, whatever works out, So thanks, TRD. Appreciate that. So, it's exciting for me. And as I mentioned, everybody's got an agenda. My agenda is obviously, making Trade Ideas the most successful company that can possibly be. But even if people join me in these sessions and they're not part of Trade Ideas, and I'm on something like Trader TV, and it doesn't lead to anything huge for Trade Ideas. Obviously, I like it too, but what I'd really like to see and what I'd like to do is help people. I know there's a ton of people out there that they work a 9-to-5 job, or they're out working some rideshare company, or they're working in a restaurant, they're working in a retail store, and they can't sit and watch they want to put some money to work. They want to better their lives, you know, because I was one of those people. And that's why, you know, with Trader TV, it gives us a chance to talk about some swing trading ideas and things like that. You know, share the ideas, and hopefully people take things seriously and kind of manage risk, you know, the best that they can. You know, do a little research in that sense. So, anyways, you know, it was fun. It was very fun to do that. That's for sure. You know, and it was also a first for a couple of us. Neil had never hosted before like that. You know, so Brennan was out. And so, you know, it was a learning curve for both of us. So anyways, good times with that. Back to the market here. I know the SPY, you know, was ripping earlier. Well, call it ripping, you know. Let me take a look here. And so, you know, here we are on the SPY. And again, you know, I've got these spots marked. I'm gonna keep them marked for the, you know, the time moving forward. And you know, on this 15-minute chart, we gapped down. We found the bottom here at 446, and then we had, let's see, 15, half an hour pause, but still we'll call it 45 minutes, an hour, nice move up, and then, you know, we faded sideways a little bit here, and then made another nice move up, and just faded the entire rest of the day, and that was that. And sorry, Ryan, I hit hide by accident. I was trying to see what your comment was. It wouldn't show me in one of my streaming sides. So sorry for that. So anyways, you know, that's what I was looking at. Today's intraday chart is the epitome of the market we've had for the last year. This chop, we gap down, we move back up, we start to move back down, we start to move back up, we start to move back down again. And it's just, you know, one of those things that's kind of, it's unfortunate because it's very discouraging for people, but that's, you know, we do try to identify trends where we can. This was one, I was tempted to use this chart on Trader TV this morning. And because I'm finding a lot of setups that happen like this, where something moves and you're like, all right, it's extended. Like there's no way it could move anymore. And then it does this afterwards. I'm seeing a lot of that where it just seems to be because there's so few things moving up or so few stocks moving up that people seem to be really into the ones that are doing it. So I almost showed this today, but what I went with instead was CEG. And you know, another one here, while this thing isn't, you know, going absolutely insane, I was hesitant to show it because, you know, we're up, you know, kind of up flattish, we're up, and, you know, another, you know, a huge day from it today. And but I said to myself, you know, this is what's been working, and it's in energy and utilities. It's just what's been working. It's a new issue. It's taking out new all-time highs. There's, you know, no short float, but a short growth on it. And those people are going to be short-lived that are betting against the stock right now. I mean, I can guarantee you right now, anybody that put a short on, you know, in this area here, they're feeling some serious pain after today, and possibly covering, you know, maybe even adding to the fuel that's happening here. So, and again, this thing is doing, you know, some pretty serious options volume right now, compared to the last 10 days. So, you know, these are things, you know, try to find these trends and, you know, what's working, and, you know, temper expectations and all that. So. So thanks, Ryan. I appreciate that. Appreciate that very much. So like I said, education, that's what I'm about. Leads to big things, you know, other places, great. And if not, you know, it happens. Please look into Zim. Yeah, let's look into Zim. So what do we got? Shipping services. Shippers have been either the shipper has been on fire or not on fire. So, you know, we've got this, you know, overall, there was a nice trend attacked all through here. and it broke that trend now. It really went parabolic, and that's very typical to see that as an end move for a possible trend change. So you've got that. So it looked like they liked earnings and they've disliked everything right after earnings. What are we shipping? Provision of shipping, logistics services, offer solution, transportation, gauge cargo. It sounds like a bunch of word salad to me. Dangerous, hazardous cargo. I think what you're going to find is the shippers that are currently still holding up the best are shipping energy, essentially. Crude, obviously, more than anything else, is we don't ship sunlight yet for solar. Who knows? Maybe a battery technology will come around where we can do that. That'd be pretty stellar. Start to draw some lines on the chart now, because you had capitulation here, just giving it up after capitulation. Is this going to be a bounce or is it a trend change? I guess is what we'll look at. So the first thing I like to do when I go to draw a trend line is, or excuse me, a pivot line, is go to the lows around the current lows right now. Consider this a zone, so we'll work with the low of today here. And going back, we can see, look at that. No happy accident that this is a pretty serious line. Ran into it, couldn't hold it. Ran into it, couldn't get it. Ran into it, couldn't hold it. Ran into it, popped back down, finally got back out. Now this was support all through here, and this was resistance all through here, and it became support here. We moved up, and it's now finding support here again. So I think below here, look out below. Above here, you got a base camp to build on is what I would go with. So as always, please have a plan. If you don't have a plan, find one now. If you're already in the position, figure out what that plan is going to be. If you're looking to get into it, obviously have a plan of execution here. If you're looking to make this kind of pullback entry based on support, then you're going to want to look at what some stop levels, and it's going to, part of it's going to depend on time frame. And again, we can look at, is this a stop level here? Is this a stop level here, depending on how aggressive or conservative you want to be on this, essentially. But that's kind of where my eye goes to with these two here. You got this long shadow that comes down here, and you got the top of this shadow that's up here. So that's why my eye immediately goes to this kind of level in here. So that's what I'm looking at with Zim. That's what I see anyways. So that's that. What else? What else seems to matter a lot? Yeah, you're welcome, Bell. Well, we'll take a look at some of these things coming into the closing here. All right. So this is on both the scans. So it's done enough volume for the day to make it. That's a nice chart. And no happy accident what sector this is going to be in. Utilities. All right. And I bet if we bring up my sector list, where are you, XLU? No, XLU is not at the top of this list. XOP, shippers, XLE. XLE has been strong all day, though, right out the gate. XLU was up here earlier. It's faded. Interesting. Where are you, XLU? Uranium's still up there, but gone negative now on the day. That's because I had a big gap up. There's XLU. So still positive on the day after a move down. And, you want to talk about strength, all right? Look at how many days up in a row. And sellers finally came in and thought they'd have their shot. Nope. And the sellers came in and they thought they'd have their shot. Nope. And the sellers came in and thought they'd have their shot. Nope. And the sellers came in and thought they'd have their shot. And nope. I mean, talk about a strong, strong chart. Now, look, I say that Monday we could be here. The whole thing could roll over and sell off, all right? But I'm a big proponent. We buy stocks going up. We don't buy stocks going down. And in this market, finding trend changes that are going to last for swing trades, you're going to be hard pressed to find those. That's all I can say. You're going to be real hard pressed to find some safe trend changes. That's why I really stick it out. Did I cover OOLI? Do you mean OLLI? This was something I looked at for Trader TV today. Did well here. Not a bad day for it, all things considered. Now I go over it real quick. So this is what I saw, no options volume today. Really strange. Now only had 3.5 times its normal options volume yesterday. So this number was 350 yesterday because we're working in percents. And now it's doing half of what it normally does for options volume today. Very strange how that works like that. But what I saw here was that options volume. Earnings are behind it. We had a gap up, all right, and we held that gap right through here. And as I mentioned before, it seems like stocks that are going up just kind of keep going up right now. And we have a nice short float here, almost 20% on that short float, but a negative short growth, which means shorts have been covering. And we've got this gap up here that other traders are probably looking at, and then a story. And actually, shout out to Steve Gomez for this, because when I mentioned this to the traders last night when I was doing my slides for Trader TV, what I missed and what Steve pointed out to me is this is a bargain outlet. You've got gas prices going up, you've got food prices going up, toll prices going up. I mean, you name it, basically the price of everything is going up. And so people are going to have to bargain hunt more than they normally would. Kind of across the board, across the world, essentially, but right here in the US of A. And so that was a story about this stock that Steve pointed out to me, and it seemed to really play well. We had the, flat open, it moved down, and it kind of just was grinding higher the whole day. It went sideways, even when the market started to sell off, and it made another nice move back up here. So I like it. I didn't take a position in any of these today. Obviously, I wish I took a position in those two. Two other stocks that I looked at for Trader TV, ZETA. While it didn't do what I hoped it would do today, I also, I said I was a buyer more on a pullback than try to chase this one. And again, we've got this nice pattern that's here. We've had some sideways movement for a few days in this kind of range. And while the sellers came in and tried to get it, they really couldn't get it. And the buyers took it back up and pretty much flat for the day. And not only flat for the day, but look at the overall market selling off at the end of the day here. And this, well, yes, sure, it's a sell-off, but it's a few cents as compared to the points that are coming off the SPY right now. So, that's what I'm looking at, and this might be something I'm entering Monday morning, to be honest with you. We'll see, we'll see how it all shakes out. But I like this very much. I like this chart very much. Now, anybody that looks at it and say, oh, well, Chris likes it and he might enter it Monday morning, that's fine. I have a plan if I do enter it. If you don't have a plan for entering the stock, there's no reason to enter it. Please, no kidding aside, have a plan, sit down, look at the chart. Where do you think you're right? Where do you think you're wrong? I'm looking at this, I might have a pretty wide stop on this one. We're looking at all-time highs here on it. That blue sky that's on there. So I might want to give it a wide berth and put some money to work and hold it for a week. This hasn't been the market to do that in, but you never know when that's going to happen. I'm willing with my risk appetite to take that shot. So anyways, thought process that's in a lot of that. The last one I covered, CYXT, I think it was. This didn't turn out so hot today, down a 50-cent piece. Just couldn't really get it going today. Similar chart to the last one we just looked at with a ZETA. That was terrible drawing. You've got this nice horseshoe up pattern, all-time highs are right here. We like to buy our smiley faces, but I just didn't have it for today. But do some analysis on this. It's not that I dislike it. Options volume still real heavy. All right. That lifetime high hasn't changed. We're not far off of it. If we start to nail down into here a little bit more, we had this gap here, all right, and we've kind of come down and filled that gap and pulled back off that a little bit, even into the sell-off of the close. So, it's going to be something that's going to stay on my radar. I'm certainly going to keep an eye on it. That's for sure moving forward, and we'll see. We take that off, we take this out. That's the all-time highs right there. And again, no chart resistance, nothing but blue skies. Again, I know it's human nature to look for bargains, find things cheaper, be the one to know. I got the, the best and cheapest mechanic. I've got, the hookup for the best, cheapest steak, whatever it is. It's human nature. Every one of us does it. But the stock market is completely opposite. Buy the stuff going up. Within reason, of course, with a plan and all those things like that. So, some interesting stocks there. See Wolf here. This is one I've been watching for a long time. I never traded it, but been watching this one for a long time. And every time I got interested and I said, yeah, this looks like it's one that could do it. It's one of those new IPOs. And we've seen some of these new IPOs really go crazy for a minute. So, I was watching it. This was an area I was watching it in, and then that happened. And I started to watch it here. And it never really lined up for me to get that entrance in this range here. And I'm like, I totally missed it. And then that happened. And then, we had this move up here at the beginning of the year. And I thought, oh, maybe I'm interested in it again. And that happened. So my timing on this one has been absolutely terrible. But who knows? Maybe the 10th time's a charm. We'll see. Can I explain short growth? Yeah. So short growth is essentially saying, are shorts piling in or piling out? So, for example, Wolf right now, we can say this is what the short float is as reported by our data provider. I believe FactSet's the provider on this. So that's what's currently going on. But this is what's happened, since the last report, that when this number was reported, this is what got us there essentially. So we're up 37.9, we're at 37.9% of the float is betting against the price. And getting there, we had an increase of 18.6% of people betting in that direction, essentially. That's not a direct increase here like that. It's just saying that it's increased this much percent from the last time these numbers were reported. So when you see a negative growth, that means that they're moving out, actually. Hopefully I'm making sense there and explaining that well. Sometimes I kind of talk in circles, I know. So Barry, PHIO. Whoa, holy cow. Nothing like going up 163%, right, to close out your Friday. Just told him, I hope you have 10K shares, Barry. I mean, damn. That's a move right there. He said, haha, no. Oh, Mr. Barry. That's interesting as heck. But MGY, I love this stock. Traded at one time and it was successful, but it's just one of these, look at the trend in this thing, Beautiful trends. Yeah, I need to pay more attention to days to cover and do a little more research in that, to be honest. I understand the general concept of it, but I need to see it more in practice. I'm gonna, when Michael comes back, he's my real guru to go to. Actually, I just ping Andy or Steve, but I don't like to bother Andy and Steve so much anymore. I bothered Andy, Steve, and Jamie a lot for years. In the webinars and asking lots of questions. And I put the work to Michael these days. But yes, days to cover is another big factor in it, or a big factor to consider. So MGY, man, what a great move. Real strong chart, all-time high. Again, all-time highs. We're looking at all-time highs here again. A great trend. Now to give you, a strong stock, but not a trend that I'm in love with overall. I believe it's this one, right? Yeah. So, completely different. I mean, look at this thing. Massive run up, down. Massive run up. Well, not massive, but a run up, down. Massive run up, down. Massive run up. I mean, that's the stuff that I want to stay away from for as far as swing trading goes. Oh, I think I just figured it out finally. My sound, because I wanted to be able to hear myself for a moment there. Sorry. All right, very good. Now that we got that all figured out. Also, good to, I just wanted to hear what this new microphone sounds like. So, all right, pretty lackluster close to say the least here on the SPY. I mean, that was pretty ugly. That's not how the bulls wanted to close the week. I'll tell you that right now. So, just went slightly negative. Very interesting stuff. Or, well, I should say negative from the open, not negative from the close, because yes, it was down with a gap down today. So anyways, that was that. Cressy, isn't this one of those ones that went nuts a while ago too? Yep. This might be something to watch now. All right. Why do I say this might be something to watch? We got this, this big run up and a return back down, to where it really started getting crazy there. Right, and bounced off of that, and kind of hanging around in here. Is this going to make some insane move again? I don't know, but wheat, right? This is wheat, Argentina. I should remember that since I lived there. That wheat itself, right? Take a look at that chart. Or W-E-A-T. I don't know why I typed W-E-E-T. Yeah, so similar stuff going on. Actually, the Cressy chart looks a little nicer, to be honest. Corn. Corn back at it again. So and prices of things, they're moving up. Excuse me, just had a yawn there. Chris, I want to know your opinion on rel thought. We feed it all day. Well, I'm not going to tell you buy, sell, or whatever, but I'll give you my honest opinion of the chart. REL, yeah. So I had that run up going into earnings off of this here. First thing I'm going to do, let's go to the low of today. So you're a pretty big inflection point. We can see that right here, right away. All right. Price popped over, couldn't hold it. Price popped over, couldn't hold it. Price popped over, held it, couldn't hold it. Price popped over, bounced off of it. And so resistance becomes support. All right, took a tick under it, but still I'd call that support for now. Banged on it as support, you're banging on it as support again. If you're wrong, you're going to be wrong to down, I'd say, down in this zone somewhere here. It could be the bottom of this wick. It could be the bottom of these bodies down in here, so you're looking at being wrong, to 1080 to 1040-ish. And you have to, how much can you stomach of that is what you're really going to have to ask yourself. What's your real time frame? And if you bought it on earnings, did you buy it on fundamentals? I'd get back into the fundamentals of those then and take a real heavy look essentially. And, know if you're wrong, you're going to be wrong by about $2. You said a 12.50 entry. So, you can be wrong for about $2 and, $2 for some people is a real wide stop. For some people, it's not as wide of a stop. But this level here that it did hold, that's where you're really going to have to watch. All right. Like I said, below here, it's a big line. We can see what it's done in this zone that I've even just cordoned off here. All right. And so, you're really going to have to ask yourself what you're willing to continue to risk moving forward. But that's what I see on it there. I'll go the opposite on the positive side. That's your challenge. If you start to move back up, you definitely didn't get any kick from the market, obviously, today with what went on. But, if you get a movement back up, that's all-time highs you're looking at right there. You can see that right there. And, that's a steep mountain to climb if, you can bounce off of this and get that going back up that way. So that's what you're really looking at. So we're looking at electronic parts, provision. Electronic marketplace operates through the following segments: power, microwave technology group. Wow, they've been around a long time, 1947. Merchant wholesalers. So you might be a little bit tied to retail here with it. You might need some love from retail. XRT. If retail can get unstuck out of this mud that it's in, that might also give you a boost. So that's kind of what I'm seeing. Of course, none of that is advice to do anything necessarily, but those are going to be the big levels of interest you're looking at, though. Right in this zone. I say, very encouraging, very bullish if you can hold this line going into next week. And then, sorry, it was just a message came in to me, distracted me for a moment. My apologies. And at this point, TRD, if you don't have a stop, you need to you got to pick a stop. That's pick a stop. If you want the bottom to here, do is it 1090? Was the stop today? Is it $11? Is it is it this 1240, 1040, 1080? But I would pick a stop and stick to it. It's the way of the world. We lose money on trades. I got hosed on something last week, and it happens. I took a real big loss, gap down past where my stop loss would have been, and I had to decide, do I hang out for a minute here because it gapped down past my stop loss unexpectedly, or do I just cut it right then? I let 1 15-minute bar close, and I wasn't happy with that 1 15-minute bar, and I cut it and took a much more sizable loss than I intended to take on it. Just the way of the world once in a while. Never feels good, that's for sure. There's a chart I just wanted to bring up and it completely just slipped my mind now. Oh, interesting. I mentioned corn and there it is on this race. Interesting. I didn't even realize that happened. What was I just going to look at? I totally just had a total brain shutdown. Oh, I know what I wanted to look at. Gee whiz. Strength alerts. So give you a snapshot of what's probably coming down to pipe tomorrow. Now this might shuffle tomorrow, this list here, because the scores, will finalize based on whatever closing prices and stuff like that. But this is more or less what we're looking at. Energy, grocery stores, energy. Oh no, sorry, this is a material and mining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I think you see a big theme there. Now I'm going to have my work cut out for me if it stays like that, because I don't want to put 3 energy stocks in here. Also, I own P10, so it's kind of a conflict of interest for me. Score is a score. If something's got a 97, it's kind of hard not to put it into the strength alerts. TS, that's aluminum, right? Yeah, steel pipe manufacturing. I think it's more aluminum based as well. ARLP, another energy. Pump is energy. AMPI, I don't even know what AMPI is. Energy. My goodness. Energy. This is going to be silver. I believe this is energy. Yep. This actually was in, I don't know if this was in or not 2 weeks ago, or if I cut it because it was too many energy plays. I mean, literally all energy. There's mining. No, that's energy too. I thought that was going to be mining. Agriculture. Dollar General. More energy. My goodness. So I think we see a theme here, and I think that's no happy accident with what happened here. The XLE. Really good stuff. You know, it's funny. The last Twitter Spaces that I think we did, or maybe it was the second to last Twitter Space we did before Sean left us, talking about the XOP, and I don't think there's anybody been more bullish of the XOP for the last year than me. I got real bullish the XOP back here last year. Where is it? Back here, I got really bullish on. I saw this move out of here, and I saw this move like that, and I said, that feels like it's really setting up to something for me, especially could hold this level back here. And I mean, the XOP has gone on to do, you know, let's see if that it was at, 50 and change, so even 60. You know, it's gone on to do almost 100 points since then. 80 points, 90 points almost since then. 80 points. 80 points is fair. The last Twitter Spaces that we did was somewhere back here, I think. And no, I'm lying. I'm totally a liar. It was here, and I said, was that the death gasp of the XOP? And we had this sell off afterwards, and I said, this is the level here. We got to hold this level now. This was a big breakout level. And I said, if it holds it, I get back bullish on it again. If it doesn't hold that, I flipped the script to become a little bearish on the XOP, big move up over the last year. And man, did it hold it and bounce. And, the XOP, the XLE, I think people are going to start to lean on natural gas a lot more than anybody anticipated. And, that's what we're seeing right here. That's what the chart is continuing to confirm that. What am I'm scrolling through the strength alerts. I think that's what I was looking at, Debbie. What's the score based on? Honestly, all I know is some position and ranges. There's a lifetime position and range in there. I believe there's some kind of short-term position and range in there. There's something that's supposed to keep it from showing extended stocks, but sometimes I see some stocks I think are very extended in the strength alerts, to be honest. I don't think volume plays much of a role in it, but that's all Michael's really alluded to for me anyways. That's it. I can't, for the life of me, I can't figure it out. What I will say is this. I've noticed that my evening scan that has a position in 20-day range and position in the days range often has a lot of stocks that are on the strength alert. So part of me wants to say there's a position in 20-day range in there, but I know whatever Michael did with this is going to have stuff in there that we cannot do with the regular, regular top list and alert windows. So obviously there's some kind of secret sauce that's in there that he's going to play close to the vest. But I think that's what I was scrolling through, Debbie. I'm pretty sure. But there's charts I look at on this site that have come through this in the past, and I'm like, geez, and it makes the strength alerts, and I get it. Michael does it. It's data. There's no feelings in any of this. If the score is up there, that's what we're picking. Unless it's obviously a buyout or unless earnings are on deck during that week. That's the only things that'll get us out. The other thing he told me while I'm doing this, while he's away with the newborn for the next week or two, he said if you've got 5 energy stocks in there, try to see if you can go down the list from the current day or two and find something that has a high ranking that's not energy, for example. But it's just, it's hard when, I mean, literally everything is energy with the exception of two retails. And both those retails are discount places, Dollar General and Albertsons Company. You know, they're kind of, I think it's, you know, like a discount grocery merchant, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe I'm wrong. We can bring up the profile here and instead of taking a guess. Drug retail stores, offers grocery products, merchants, healthcare, beauty, pharmacy. Yeah, I'm pretty sure some kind of like discount retailers as far as, you know, consumable goods go. So it's funny. This almost made the strength alerts last week, but HRL made it 2 weeks in a row, and you know, ended up being all right. You know, 2 weeks in a row. This is actually, I think this is the old one that's on here from 2 weeks ago. Let's see. Sorry, just trying to go back in time in my brain on this, but a good couple of weeks here. So it's Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So this is, you know, where it came on the strength alerts last week, and there's 2 weeks, you know, up a couple of bucks, you know, 200 million in the float, not too shabby, all things considered, and especially the chop and slop that we've had. Chris, can you show Steve how to use the send to function from the chart? Yeah, sure, of course. So, you know, everything, one of my biggest things about trade ideas and teaching anybody, everything's a right click in trade ideas, charts, scans, anything. So if we right click the chart, we're going to see send to, and we can send it to, you know, a chart window, single stock. We can send it to Twitter, we can send it to the web, and we can send it to a symbols list that we've created here, right? And if you send it to the web, it's going to populate whatever the default is. I think Yahoo is what everybody's defaulted to. And so there you go. You know, it's a way to get fast news if someone really wants news. So yeah, you got it. So again, right click and send to, and any symbols list that exist in your symbols list is going to be here. And if you need to make a new symbols list, go over that real quick. We go to tools, symbols list, and then you can create new list. You'll give it a name. Oh, we wanted to move it from a scan window? Yeah, sure. So, you know, we give it a name here. So we'll call it, you know, testing. All right. So there it is. And anytime you do anything in your symbols list, before you exit, click refresh from server, just to make sure it updates real fast. You know, it should update within a few seconds anyways, but it never hurts to do that. And then, you know, if you were on a scan, let me find, you know, so my top list here, if B dry, I want to send it, right click, send to symbols list. And well, populating on another screen because it was so close to the end. There we go. So B dry, where am I looking? Send to symbols list and testing. And there it is. And I could send it just like that and it'll be on that list now. And if we come back to tools, options, nope, not options, I'm sorry, tools, symbols list, and testing, we see there's one list that went there and there's B dry. So I think that's what we wanted, right? Hopefully. Oh, okay. Well, the send to function from the chart. If we see a chart, I like how to send to alert window. Okay, so what you'd have to do is this. Let's say you had an alert window, all right, and you want to send the symbol to that alert window for whatever reason from some other scan. You could right click, and if you come into the configure of the alert window and symbols list, you can tell the symbols, you can tell the scan, you know, look at only the following lists or exclude lists. All right. And you can add that list to the scan essentially. But you the only way to have a symbol in the scan like that is to tell the scan to be pointed at that symbols list where that symbol's on there. There's no other another way to back engineer that. So if if you're going through charts and you want to send that symbol from the chart to a scan, that scan's got to be looking at that specific symbols list. There's no way to send it to an alert window itself to say just send the symbol to an alert window. It's got to be sent to a symbols list. So for example, I have this sector analysis list. This is just a blank top list. All I've done here in the configure is there's no filters in here. All right, just some columns that I'm looking at, and I'm sorting by change on close percent. And then I'm looking at this sector analysis symbol list. That's it. The scan looks at nothing else. So you can see only the following list, and there's a check there. So that's all you can do. There's no universal function to say, oh, I like this, send it to scan X. It's got to be sent to symbol list, and scan X has to be attached to a symbols list for that. So, all right, I think we covered that there. And of course, I can go into more depth with symbols lists or anything like that. Or if I didn't answer something clearly, let me know. Circle back on any of that, of course. And then let's see. So strength alerts, given that it's the end of the week, would you focus on the top of the list for the forthcoming week, or would you consider lower scores? I would focus on the charts essentially. So I go through, the whole thing is I go through a lot. I'll go through a lot of this weekend. I'll scroll back through quite a bit of this, and I'll focus more on the charts. But things have a score for a reason. I mean, Oxy just got 100 score. So like I said, this is going to change as the data finishes piling in here. I mean, so there's no way I can not put Oxy on this. Plus, that's a great looking chart. Hard not to put these three stocks on it. Another great looking chart. And all three charts look very similar here. It's a great set of looking charts. And you asked me why they're great looking charts. They all made these run-ups and then held this in here. Now watch when I click on every one of these charts, all right? All of them very, very similar, very powerful, and in a sector that's so powerful already, that's where you want to be. So it's hard not to go with those. Am I going to find a chart that I like more than that, and then it's got a lower score? It's going to be tough. Bring in SSRM. That looks really good, actually. It does look really good. But I'm going to base it more on the chart than anything else. As far as the actual strength alerts and newsletter that goes out, I follow Michael's instructions. Top symbols get it, and look, see, Oxy just came back off 100 now. So I follow Michael's instructions, and that's what I'm that's what I'll stick to. Wondering what your process is for reviewing the upcoming week. How do you do your homework for the weekend? Yeah, so I'll go through this here. All right. The strength alerts, I don't have a set number of charts that I go through, but I try to scan at least a couple of 100 charts, go through them. Some I go through very fast, especially as I get tired. I won't call myself lazy. I'll go through my evening scan. I have another scan here. I actually got another scan. I haven't shared. I don't remember if I shared this with you folks or not. I think I did. Maybe I did. I can't remember. Let me share this out. It's similar to the evening scan. So there's that. I'll go through that, and I'm going to go over what that is. I'm also going to share another scan really quick here too. This is even more similar to my evening scan than anything else. This is the scan that I built to find those ideas from Trader TV this morning. There's two scans. I'll go over them both real quick, and then I got a piece out for the weekend here. All right, so the first one I'm going to go over, the first one that I shared is a position lifetime range. All right, And if we come to the configure of this, Windows specific filters, looking at stocks between $8 and $50, they got to be within 15% of their lifetime high, relative volume 1, and traded 1 million shares today. And I'm sorting on change from close. And, that's what I'm looking at in this. All right. That's all I've done here. Nothing overly fancy. I'm just trying to find strong charts that are trending up, or, hopefully trending up. And they're not going to look like, let me see if I can find something that looks great. That's a great looking chart. This be still extended for me, but I mean, I thought it was extended here and I thought it was extended here, and there it keeps continuing to peg away. So trying to avoid stuff like this right here, made this big move like that today. It's actually a really good looking chart overall, to be honest. And bull flag, look at that bull flag that just came out of. So, but overall, it's a good looking chart. I won't go chasing it here personally, but go through all these charts. I'm going to look at every single one of them, see what really makes the cut for me. You can't trade them all. That's the way it works. But I'm going to mark them up. And if nothing else, it's a good exercise to go through charts. Mark up the charts. There's no right or wrong way to do it, essentially. But just go through it as an exercise, get out some lines, draw it. Does this line look like it makes sense? Yes, no, it doesn't. Don't, and don't put 30 lines on top of each other. Just know that a pivot line represents a zone more than a line. All right. And my suggestion is always start with the last day, draw a line to the high or the low of the last day, see what it looks like, see what historical reference it looks like, and then it's not working. Do you have, all right. Flash, come to tools. All right, go to symbols list, create a new list, whatever you want to call it, again, testing. All right, press OK. And then you're going to take a scan, refresh from server. All right, and you're going to take whatever, whatever that scan is. All right, come to configure, come to symbols list, add existing list. Here's testing. All right. Now you can see it's there and put a check mark in there. Now, anytime you right click anything, you're going to have that list, whatever you chose it as, to send the symbols to for that specific scan. All right. Get this out of here. So we went over that real quick. I do have to head out in a moment here. I did want to hit this option scanner real fast. Right click, configure. All right, so again, in this, what I'm looking at is stocks between 10 and $100. I really opened it up actually and then saved it like that because I wanted to, have a wide range of stocks for Trader TV. $50 is kind of where I've capped myself for now. I built that up over time. I only liked stocks that were, up as high as $25, and then it went to 30 and 35 and 40 and 50. It's kind of been a thing as I build my account size over the years and really get myself learning. Again, relative volume 1, I want to see 1.25 million shares traded today, and it's got to be within the top 25% of a 20-day range. And that's what I did with this scan here. Found some decent ideas from there. So WOW is, I think, going to be some ridiculous stock, buyout or something like that. Yes, I don't know what happened there, but actually 2 days in a row it did that. Crazy. All right, interesting. SV, not, I'm not interested in an acquisition company, but maybe someone that's more of a speculative and has a huge risk appetite. They're going to say, I'm going to sink a gajillion, zillion, million shares into this thing because of the options volume. I mean, look at that options volume. It was doing, sorry, I'm lost 6 times, 60 times normal options volume right here. Look at that. I mean, that's insane. That's insane how much options volume it was doing today. So someone might, find this interesting. And this is what we're doing. We're generating ideas. And someone might say, yeah, I'm going to stick a stop all the way down here. That's not that far. And maybe this becomes one of those SPACs that, ends up on the moon at some point. I have no idea. But, everybody's got their thought process that they go through. Just look at a couple of these charts. RES has got to be, I was going to say got to be at gas and oil. Another great looking chart. What's extended? I mean, look at that move, but then it came down here and it's got this nice area right in there. So, is it extended? Yes, but that doesn't mean it can't keep going up. Anyway, so that's, what I'm looking at in those scans. Another thing, what is the best way to back test a stock for holding one day? Really, I have no idea, Flash. That's going to be some trial and error on your side. I mean, you can create an alert window. Sorry, excuse me one moment. I got to log out of some stuff here. Give me a moment here, folks, and then I'll finish up with this question and then do my walkout here. One more moment, just bear with me. All right. So get back to it. What you can do for, if you're trying to test a single stock, all right, build an alert window. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to use an alert window that I've already built to cut that out. So let's say you've got, alert window X here, all right, and you want to test it based on just one stock, all right? You can go to configure, symbols list, single stock, and then type in that single stock and go, AAPL, for example. I'm going to single test it on Apple, all right? And you're going to need a premium account for this if you don't have one, because in standard you're only going to have 10 back tests and that's it. And you're going to back test that strategy, all right? Whatever that strategy is that you have built around that one stock, simulate your buy, see if any, the stock has got to make an alert to it. So remember, when you're back testing, there's an alert that has to happen with the filter. So we can see this breaking resistance here, and this Apple didn't meet this strategy one time, over the time that this, this can back test at 64 days. But that's essentially what you want to do. You're going to build an alert window. You're going to come into a configure of an alert window. You're going to decide, am I picking a new high or a new low, or this pullback from the lows or standard deviation break, whatever it is that you want to pick up, picking up that stock, and then coordinate that alert with whatever filters you decide to have in here. And then you can back test it on a single hold of any one stock. Just as simple as that, by using the symbols list here and picking single stock like that. It's a rabbit hole, back testing, I'll tell you that. I've spent a lot of nights up all night like a video game, back testing over and over again. If you're looking for some back testing stuff, I'm going to drop these links in here for back testing. Give me a second here. I'm just doing a search really quick to see if I can find, there were some links that got dropped with us the other day. We were having a conversation about this. Here we go. All right, found what I want. So here's going to be a bunch of links for back testing and optimizing for anybody that wants. There's one. Here's one that Michael did. Let's see what else is there. Jamie did this a few years ago. This is 401, but I think a lot of it will still hold, a good amount of it will still hold relevant. So this will keep you busy for the weekend. Is there anything else I'm missing? Sorry, just scrolling through a chat that I had actually about this. Yep, that looks like that. Those are the 3 top ones that I'm going to send you towards. So that's that. So, all right. Thank you folks very much for popping in, and really appreciate all the questions and comments. I always mention, community. It's all about community, growing together, education. It's a big deal to me. So I really, really appreciate everybody that comes in here. And, like I said, do I want everybody to be a Trade Idea subscriber? Of course I do. But I want you to be successful traders more than anything else. It doesn't help us if you're a subscriber and, you're not getting any value from the community or the platform or anything like that. So again, I thank you all very kindly for coming in here. For Terrical, that you asked about if I'd be a regular there, TRD, or anybody else that watched me caught me on Trader TV, message them, ask them. They really do things, I think, based on the crowd's reaction. That's how Michael got to stick around. People really liked what he was doing. I'm happy to do a weekly or bi-weekly segment, or whatever it is. I think Michael started bi-weekly, and then they started bringing them in all the time. So if it adds value to people's day, I'm certainly happy to participate in it. So that's where that could happen. And other than that, we'll be back here Monday. It's a short trading week next week. Keep that in mind. It's Good Friday. Every Friday is Good Friday, but next Friday is a different kind of Good Friday. And so we're short trading week next week. So keep that in mind with whatever positions you're putting on and things like that. Holiday week and things like that. So it might be, we've already had a choppy session going on for the last several months. I don't think it'll be any different next week. Plus, possibly, volume getting lower and lower going into next week. For us here, where I am in New York, kids are all, week vacation, spring break, or whatever it is. So, might be some lower volume and some not, shenanigans from that too. So keep these things in mind. Keep us our, keep these things in mind as you're going forward and you're deciding whether or not you want to put money to work next week and how long you want to put it to work for and all that. And, have a stop, have a plan, trade that plan. If you don't have a plan when you're entering a stock, don't enter that stock, please. Learn from, you can't see the mistakes I made over the years, but learn from that. Trust me, everything that I got beat, every time I got beat up over the years, it was because I didn't have a plan when I entered a stock. So, don't be me. Don't be old me anyways, or young me or something like that. So, all right. Thank you again. TRD. Yeah, just Trader TV, on YouTube. Trader TV. It's a good group out there. They do some real good work. If you type Trader TV like that into YouTube, you're going to come across them. They do a great morning show. They're, they got a lot of integrity, real stand-up group of people over there. So again, thank you folks very much. We will end this now, and I will hopefully see you all on the other side of the weekend. Take care and have a wonderful time for the weekend. Bye-bye.